Including the Longhorns win at the Mood. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories of a Tuesday. Start with Texas Hoops, and yes, as we say, certainly was not a thing of beauty, but in a big Monday home tilt that they absolutely had to have, the Longhorns held on for a 62-56 win over Kansas State last night at Moody Center, with both defense and poor shooting dominating the night. It was Dylan DeSue that led Texas to the W. The senior forward from Pflugerville scored 20, including 4 big free throws and a dunk in the final 36 seconds to help the Horns improve to 17-9 overall. They're 6-7 in Big 12 play, good for 8th place in the conference. Major props to his fellow senior Max Asmus last night as well. The senior from Dallas had a poor shooting night, only scored 8 points, but a foul line jumper he hit with 14 minutes to go in the second half took him over 3,000 career points. He's just the third player in Division I's men's history to record both 3,000 points and 500 assists in a career. Pretty amazing. Next up for Texas, a trip to Lawrence, Kansas this Saturday afternoon to face the ninth-ranked Jayhawks. That's coming up Saturday at 5 o'clock. 5th-ranked Texas women are back in action tomorrow night at Moody Center. They'll host the Texas Tech Red Raiders there in a big one. They've won 6 in a row. And also in the Big 12 last night on the men's side, a top 10 matchup down in H-Town. How about Maynard's Jamal Shedd? He was tremendous. The senior guard scored 20 of his game-high 26 in the second half to lead the second-ranked Houston Cougars to a 73-65 win over 6th-ranked Iowa State. Win moves Kelvin Sampson's group into sole possession of first place atop the Big 12 standings. They are now 10-3 in Big 12 play. In baseball, early season continues tonight for the 16th-ranked Longhorns. They're going to welcome Houston Christian to the dish for a midweek tilt. First pitch set for 6:30. Of course, they took 2 out of 3 over this past weekend from San Diego. Texas State, the Bobcats, swept Youngstown State this past weekend to start the season. They're going to travel to Fort Worth tonight for a nice early season tilt with TCU. In racing, at long last, the Daytona 500 belongs to Hendrick Motorsports once again. William Byron took the checkered flag at a rain-delayed and then delayed Great American Race yesterday afternoon. Took the lead on a restart with 4 laps to go. The win snaps a 9-race losing streak for the team at Hendrick. Last Hendrick driver to win the Daytona 500 was Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in 2014.
Dylan DeSue is, man, right now he's going to end up being an first team all Big 12 player. I mean, right now, that's, and think about it, this is the most competitive, best basketball conference in the country. He's unbelievable. I mean, he's easily their go-to guy when they need a bucket, when they need a basket, when they need some type of, when they need that mojo, they got to go to him. I mean, and he's been unbelievable. 20 points again, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, had a block. I mean, he's been unbelievable this year. So yeah, that improvement, that even though it was an ugly game, he once again showed that he's one of the best players in the best basketball conference in the country.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it was a frustrating game, no doubt. I mean, it was.
Shot 32%,
neither team
36% from the field, something like that.
Neither team could hit water if they fell out of a boat rod. I mean, it was one of those kind of games. It was good defense meets bad shooting about offense, and it really. Now let's keep in mind this is kind of the way Jerome Tang's Wildcats play. They lead the Big 12 conference, allowing the lowest shooting percentage of any of their opponents. So they're not offensively talented or gifted, so they try to muck it up. They try to make it that kind of game. That's their way of they make it a rock fight where they can, where Texas likes to be a little more open, flowy, and a little higher scoring. But you give Jerome Tang and K-State credit; they got this game into the style of game they wanted. And to your point, it was Dylan DeSue who did a great job. I mean, he was the clear difference in the basketball game with made 10 of 11 free throws, had that big dunk late with 36 seconds to go, and in one you just a baby only a mother could think is pretty. You know what I'm saying?
It was ugly.
You take the W.
You got to win ugly, and you're right. Actually, it was a triumph because they played K-State style of basketball and still were able to win the game. And it was a must-win for them. They looked a little worn out still from that U of H game a little bit.
Both teams with quick turnarounds.
Yeah, they got to find a way to bounce back. They still looked like the legs were a little tired. The 3-point line. I mean, what they shoot 15% from the 3-point line. 15.8% from 3-point line.
This, Rod? First half, both teams combined to go 20 of 62 from the field in the first half.
It was hard to watch.
3 for 22 from 3-point range. It was a brick fest.
It was a
brick fest.
That was hard to watch for a while, but I mean, you got to give them credit. DeSue was clutch. They found a way to win, and that's what you got to keep doing to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, I
mean, they're okay right now. I think they're good in the projections.
If it were a football game, you just one of those low-scoring defensive efforts where both teams are off a little bit, but you just got to find a way. And to get to 6 and 7, we talked about this was an important game for Big 12 tournament seeding. You if you can stay in where they are, which is 8th place. The bottom 4 teams in the Big 12 are going to have to play a play-in game essentially at the Big 12 tournament, which you want to stay out of that, obviously, if you can. So this is a nice win for that. And as we said, the rest of the way, you have to win your home games, and then you have to try to steal a road game. That's really where the Longhorns sit right now with 5 games to go.
Yep.
You still have Oklahoma and Oklahoma State at home, which are absolute must-wins. You cannot lose those games on your home floor. And you go to Kansas, you go to Waco, and you go to Texas Tech, and you go to Lubbock. You got to try to steal one of those games if you can. And if you do, you're going to get to 20 wins. If you can go 4-2 down the stretch here, find your 2 home wins, win one of those road games, you can get to 20 victories in the regular season, which assures you a spot in the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah.
In the Big Dance, I should say.
They got to get the backcourt going, too. I mean, I know this wasn't –
yeah,
right now, that's the second game in a row where Tyrese Hunter didn't shoot well and Max Abmas didn't get up there. He made history, but the first half I think for both of those guys, they struggled. I think they were like 1 of 7 shooting in the first half combined. Got like 5 points. They got to be able to start quicker from the Texas backcourt too.
Yeah, they both played 37 minutes, Abmas and Hunter, and we talked about how they just got absolutely dominated on Saturday by the Houston backcourt.
They got to start better than that.
But this is anytime they're going to face length, which K-State has a long backcourt and long guards, and that's going to give Texas trouble. But in the end, I mean, 9 points for Hunter, 8 points for Abmas.
They got to they got to have a better game plan.
Neither of the 2 made a 3-point shot. They were 0 for 8 combined, and the Longhorns were just 3 for 19 from 3 as is. The only person to make a 3 last night essentially was Ethel Horton. He made a couple, and Brock Cunningham made 1. But yeah, again, it was it's one of those games you just chalk up to a win. Your offense was bad, your shooting was bad, but you had Dylan DeSue, who was your big horse down the stretch, and took you to the victory.
Yeah, no, man, he's gonna. The way it stands right now, I mean, the Big 12 obviously has a lot of great players, but I think right now he looks like he's a first-team All Big 12 player.
He's going to be in there for that conversation. A lot of good players in this conference, but he fills up the stat sheet on a night-by-night basis. And really even in the Houston game where they were completely outclassed because their backcourt got skunked for 40 minutes, he was actually the key figure. And look, everybody in the Big 12 knows it. He's a 3-level scorer.
Yeah, both ends of the floor.
Yeah, and on a night where K-State did a good job of taking away his 3-point barrage, he can shoot threes. We know that, but he didn't make one last night. He took it down low and took his game into the paint and led the way with 20 points. Only the Longhorn in double figures last night in the victory. I was actually watching both games last night because they both tipped off at 8 o'clock. This game and the one down in Houston with the Cougars and Iowa State. That was a hell of a game.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, that was a great game. I keep saying whenever you watch Houston, that's a team that win the national title. It really is for Kelvin Sampson. I mean, I know UConn and Purdue are 1-2 right now, but Houston's right there, and they're one of the key reasons is Jamal Shead. Maynard's Jamal Shead is an absolute stud. I mean, when you're looking for gritty points, for big points in games, leadership, somebody to step up in a big spot, that guy for the second-ranked Cougars was awesome last night. I mean, willing his team to a victory. After the game, it was T.J. Otzenberger, the head coach at Iowa State, said, man, that guy's amazing. A guy with his competitive spirit and his fight, his drive, when he's going to go to the foul line, he's going to cash in, make sure his team is successful, and certainly did that tonight. Kelvin Sampson has said Jamal Shead from Maynard, Texas, is like an extension of their coaching staff on the floor, Rod.
Wow. Yeah, the floor general.
Yeah. He played so much college basketball, gets his team in the right spot. That's the kind of guy that can help you. He's going to be a Player of the Year candidate, big picture. Certainly Big 12 Player of the Year candidate, probably the leader. But, man, that was a big performance. Because, that was number 6 against number 2. The winners in sole possession of first place. And that's the Cougars now at 23-3 and 10-3 overall in the Big 12. Pretty awesome game.
But they have an identity.
They do.
They have an identity and a style of play that they have, basically championed. And they are refined, that refined style of play. And kind of bringing it back to Texas, I don't know if Texas has an identity, really. As a team,
that's a good point.
DeSue is the identity. I mean, he's pretty much it. I don't know if they have one yet. They still have time to cultivate one, but it doesn't really seem like they have just their unique style and identity just yet, and maybe they never really have it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's a good point.
They kind of play to their just like last night. I mean, K-State wanted it to be an ugly, rock fight. They wanted to muck it up, and it was. It was an ugly game. They found a way to win it, but they don't dictate the terms and dictate the tempo of games very often. They adjust to it, and react.
It's a good point. It's a good way to put it. And I think it comes from at some level, their smallish backcourt. But I will say this for Hunter and Naismith last night: they didn't shoot great. But they competed last night. Unlike I thought against Houston, where they just got overwhelmed and really got out physicaled and dominated. They actually competed. Tyrese Hunter didn't shoot it great, but he was tougher with the ball last night. He was grittier in getting rebounds and making plays. So you needed that from your backcourt last night. But your point about the identity is right on. What is it? It's Dylan Disu.
Dylan Disu.
It really is, and he's got to be their go-to guy.
Yeah.
And your point about Houston is right on. I mean, they exactly what they are. They're relentless on defense.
You know what they are.
They're going to beat you up. And the question for them, big picture, because their goal is to win a national championship, right? I mean, they've been to the Final Four now with Kelvin Sampson. They're looking to cut down the nets. And, UConn I don't know if they have the height to match up with UConn. UConn is, once again, with Dan Hurley, big in the post, big at guard, and their height on the front line is just could separate them from a team like Houston. But I'd like to see that matchup, and we may get it. Because I think they and Purdue and UConn are certainly on their way to being number one overall seeds when we get to the big dance come March. So college basketball taking center stage. We got college baseball at the Dish tonight. We've got good conversations this morning. Also found some early Super Bowl odds for next year in football, Rod. We're going to go behind the burnt orange curtain.
We'll do that.
Getting you cranked up.
And today's the first day where you'll start hearing about the franchise tag because teams can now designate franchise tag or transition players for the first day. And yes, players hate the franchise tag. They do. They think of it as a ring without the engagement.
Yes.
Basically, because they get paid. They get a lot of money, but they don't get the commitment from the team. And ultimately, in the NFL, man, you're in your prime. Hell, you're always you're constantly, as soon as you get to the NFL, you're basically starting your prime. The average NFL career is 3.5 years. And you want to get paid as much as possible, and you want to have the security and commitment of a long-term deal with as much guaranteed money as possible. And this the franchise tag, I don't know how the Players Association allowed it to happen, and because teams can do it multiple times, it basically kind of allows teams to have more control over players for a longer period of time, and allows them to keep them from hitting the free market. Which is what they ultimately want to do. Is like, hey, man, if you don't want to sign me, if you don't want me, then at least allow me to go to the free market to get what I believe my value is. They don't get that. So trust me, as somebody who dated a woman for a long time before I actually got married, by about the 5th or 6th year into dating, the only ring she wants is the engagement ring. You can't get a really nice piece of jewelry because she don't want that. She wants the engagement because she wants the commitment with it. That's how the players are. Think of that. That's basically what they are right now. So they hate this franchise tag stuff. They do.
They do.
And the owners love it. If the owners love it, then the players should hate it because that means it's not really good for the players. So that's it in a nutshell. But like I said, they still get paid.
They get paid, and that's what the owners say. Look, we are going to be guaranteed to make the average of the top 5 players at your position for 1 year.
Yeah.
So we're investing in you, and it's really just a way to keep star players on teams, right? And keep them off the free agent market, as you said. And that's where all players want to be. They want to be where 32 teams are bidding for their services, and it just takes one to give you that mega deal, right? And that's where you get overpaid.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, they're handcuffing these guys basically for this 1 year. But some positions I think it's good. I think it's good for running backs, considering the market actually isn't kind to running backs.
Right. Currently,
right. So if you're a running back, it actually helps. If you're a quarterback, I think it helps because they make such absurd money.
Yeah.
So if you're a quarterback, and Kirk Cousins did it, Kirk Cousins was like, okay, franchise tag, I'm fine with that. I mean, top 5 money at quarterback, it's gonna be really hard to beat that. Because he's not an elite quarterback, so he took advantage of the franchise and then went to the free market after they franchise tagged him twice. He's probably manipulated the franchise tag better than anybody. So in some circumstances, good, but for the most part, players don't like it.
Well, and for Kirk Cousins, he's got another dispute right now. There's talk of a possible holdout for him or some type of because they're unwilling to give him another fully guaranteed contract. Coming off of Achilles injury.
Hey, you know what? Fight for it, Kirk.
Yes.
He's the only one that wants to fight for it. He's had one before. Good for him.
Yeah.
There should be more guaranteed deals.
Yeah. So the Vikings are unwilling to give him another fully guaranteed contract. He had a 3-year, $84 million deal with the club. He signed in 2018, signed 2 later extensions. And he's scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent in March.
Oh, man.
And 2 sides are.
That dude knows how to play.
He's 35 and he's coming off an Achilles.
That's
injury.
why he wants the guaranteed money. He knows he's like, I can get hurt again next year.
Yeah.
And then I'm basically out of the league in 2 years. Like, no.
Well, the team's like, wait a second. We don't even know if you're going to be healthy. What are we doing here? So you want guaranteed money coming off an Achilles?
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, fight for it. Fight for it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, obviously, some of the big names we'll be watching. Kirk Cousins likely, could hit the market. We don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
But
the Mike Evans thing is interesting.
Oh, man.
What's going on there in Tampa Bay? That's interesting.
Because
if he becomes a free agent, that could be a game changer for a lot of teams, and we all know who. He who shall not be named. We'll talk. But, yeah, he could go to a number of different places. Actually, the Texans have the best odds to acquire Mike Evans if he is free agency, based on the Vegas odds.
Yeah, the betting lines.
Yeah.
The betting markets.
Yeah, throwing that out there because he is a Texas. Yeah.
He is a Texas.
Guy.
By the way, I'm going to play something for you coming up. It'll be some levity on a Tuesday where we need some coming off that ugly basketball game last night. But yes, I mean the big receivers are going to be Mike Evans. There's T. Higgins, which we're not sure can the Bengals afford he and Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase has already gotten a big deal. T. Higgins is they have 2 number 1 receivers there.
The ownership claims that they're not letting T. Higgins go.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they're going to work it out, but they claim they're not letting him go.
Doesn't feel like it's sustainable to have 2 number 1 receivers making number 1 money.
That's what they, like I said, that's
and
the
a number 1 quarterback. I know.
Yeah. And maybe that's just so they can get his trade value up.
Yes.
They know a team really wants him. You're going to have to give up a lot to get him. It could just be that.
Also, Michael Pittman in Indianapolis, the Colts receiver. He probably gets the tag. I mean, these are guys that are. The one name I look at on this list of players is
Antoine Winfield is a big one to me too. He's a really good safety. The D tackle Christian Wilkins
from the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's another big. Jalen Johnson. People don't know him. That cornerback for Chicago. He's a really good player. He's one of the best young corners in the league. That's another guy. You're Saquon Barkley. I know you talked about that.
Yeah, that's the name that jumps out to me is Saquon Barkley because I think he's still only 26 years old.
So Josh Jacobs, running back. Remember a couple years ago, Josh Jacobs was considered one of the top running backs in the league.
Led the NFL in rushing.
Yeah.
A couple years ago. So, yeah, these are some names we'll watch. Today is the day teams could begin to designate franchise tags, and, of course, they have all the way till now to March 5th is the kind of the window to make these declarations a week ahead, about 10 days ahead of the league year opening.
The Chiefs won't allow Chris Jones to do it, but Chris Jones is due for a new deal too.
Yes.
And he's an unlikely tag candidate because I think the number would be so absurd, but they got to sign him to a new deal too. And that could get, I don't know if they're willing to meet the number that he's throwing out there because I think he probably wants to be the highest paid defensive player of all time. Period.
Well, I mean, he plays. He's one of the 5 best defense players in the league.
I know
most impactful, and I know we see him a lot because the Chiefs are on primetime all the time. But man, I mean, you can't watch a game that he plays in where he doesn't have a huge impact.
But in the Super Bowls, he's always been big in the Super Bowls.
The whole playoff run.
I remember specific plays. I'm like, I don't think they win the game without that Chris Jones play.
Yeah, I mean, getting in face of the quarterback of creating
batting balls.
Brock Purdy was terrorized by Chris Jones again in the Super Bowl. And yes, I mean, that guy wins your football games. That guy, I mean, we talked about Micah Parsons. I know we'll talk about the Cowboys drama. Micah Parsons talks a lot, but, there are just a lot of games where he just doesn't show up.
Especially in the playoffs.
Do you ever say that about Chris Jones?
No.
I mean, it's like.
Junk Jones shows up, man.
Yeah.
Junk Jones will show up every time.
Wherever they have to move him along the line, wrecking games. And that's what you need from your star players. They used to, you and I watched J.J. Watt do it in Houston for year after year. There wasn't a game where really even series where J.J. Watt didn't make a play.
It wasn't
didn't
impactful.
Do something.
Yeah.
I
agree with that.
Those are the kind of players that earn the money. Without a doubt. I mean, you got to have them. And if you have them, you don't ever let them get away, and you pay them. I mean,
keep paying them.
Those guys are.
They retire and go into the Hall of Fame as whatever team they represent.
100%.
The Justin Jefferson thing is also getting interesting too.
In Minnesota.
Yeah, because apparently he wants to know who the quarterback is before he recommits to the team.
It's fair. I mean, that's fair.
It is fair, and he is basically kind of saying like, "Hey, well, if I don't like the quarterback situation here, I might force myself to the free market or at least demand trade, whatever it may be." So that's something to look at too. He hasn't committed to a long-term deal. That's the best receiver in football, arguably.
Yeah. Well, I think he is, and I think
he said it's not about the money, really. It's about that situation.
Well, if Kirk Cousins is not back, I mean, if there's something up with Kirk Cousins, we just talked about him. Well, who's going to be throwing the ball to me? Before I lock in here, what are we looking at here? Who's the quarterback?
Got a plan? Let me know the plan.
Yeah, tell me the plan.
Let me in on the plan here. Then maybe I'll re-sign with you guys.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an interesting time. It's that slow time and with the post-football ahead of free agency and ahead of the combine, which is coming up about 9 days from now up there in Indianapolis. We'll dive into some football. Certainly, I got to play this piece of audio for you in relation to Mike Evans, who could be on his way out of Tampa.
Really?
Well, it's not about him leaving. It's a Jameis Winston piece of audio.
Yeah.
Talking about Mike Evans.
Okay.
Which I think you'll like. It's
okay.
Jameis Winston needs a TV gig. He needs his own talk show, I think, or comedy show.
No, Jameis Winston is awesome. No, and he just shows up anywhere.
I know. Well, and this says random things. So we'll play that for you coming up. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We're talking Texas hoops. Longhorns with a big win last night. Wasn't pretty, but it was a win, and the Longhorns found a way to get the W behind Dylan DeSue. We'll talk about what it means. Also, Texas baseball tonight. We'll get you a preview of that game. We'll get some What the Facts for the end of the hour. It is a Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B, and we're just getting warmed up.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 101.9 AM 1260, The Horn.
Hook 'em up on a Tuesday. As Don Miller just informed you, traffic is ratcheting back up. Everybody back from the President's Day holiday. So if you had that opportunity to enjoy the day off, hope you enjoyed it. The weather was phenomenal. Great day to get outside and enjoy some sunshine in mid to late February on the President's Day. Now back at it on this Tuesday. Texas Hoops. Not pretty, but a win for the Longhorns last night. They get the win 62-56 last night. Dylan DeSue, the catalyst for a nice Longhorn victory at Moody Center last night. Should be nice weather tonight. Actually getting warmer as the week goes on. Rod, it'll be nice out at the Dish tonight for Texas and Houston Christian. Little baseball.
Getting at the Yeti Yard.
Getting the Yeti Yard. Yeah, we found out yesterday from our man Brock that the Yeti Yard is open to the public. You just walk on in.
That's the
Wait, you don't have to have tickets?
Vibe.
You do not have to have tickets.
So it's like a formal Occupy Left Field then?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just and that's what Brock. Yeah, Brock was in. That's what he said. He had never been to Occupy Left Field until this weekend, and just walked on in.
Just walk on in. That's always been, like I said, the culture of the fan culture of Texas baseball, and I really am a little envious of it. I am a little jealous because Texas football is a very exclusive culture. Even if you're in the know, you got to know somebody to get around, like on the sideline and get into the North End Zones clubs and all that kind of stuff. But Texas baseball, no. Just get a ticket, come on in, and you can enjoy Occupy Left Field. You can enjoy the Yeti Yard. It's awesome.
And apparently Yeti is not just selling Yetis there, because they're Yeti Yard.
BYOB.
Yeah, but they're selling Yetis and they sell chairs.
No, come on, man.
Like Yeti chairs?
I'm sure those are like $500.
I think they're like $385, something along those lines.
Yeti makes everything. No, they make dog bowls.
I know. I
got somebody bought me a Yeti dog bowl. Like Yeti makes everything now.
Yeah, and
their technology.
They're one of those great homegrown companies from here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Those great coolers, and now they're making dog bowls. I didn't know they had dog bowls.
They make dog bowls. I got 2 Yeti dog bowls at the house. Yeah, I didn't buy them, by the way. They were gifts, but still, Yeti makes everything, baby.
Whether it's Tito's handmade vodka or Kendra Scott. I mean, so many local that have gone worldwide now.
Blowing up
worldwide.
International brands now.
It's pretty awesome. Yeti's certainly one of them, which Yeti Yard will be hopping. And think about it, in a couple weeks, March 5th, when Texas hosts Texas A&M, that Yeti Yard's going to be packed.
Well, didn't they say the capacity is like 140 or so?
140 is the limit.
Oh, man, they want to hurry up because apparently you can stay in there as long as you want. Just post up. There'll be
people hanging out in there.
Yeah, they want to expand that next season. No, they really are. They want to expand it quick, fast. I mean, I know they got room for it. They want to expand that. I think it's way too popular.
Yeah. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. And, of course, it was Jalen Flores, the sophomore shortstop. First game.
Grand Salami's in there.
Into it.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. Yeti always wins. How do they pull that off? First night, they get some viral run with a grand slam into the Yeti Yard. That'll be
smart folks working around there.
Tonight with Houston Christian. Actually, the better matchup is up in Fort Worth, where Texas State will play at TCU. That's a good early matchup. I like that. TCU, the preseason pick to win the Big 12. Texas State's off to a 3-0 start. That'll be a fun game tonight up in Fort Worth, so keep an eye on that ball game.
Did you see the brawl between Incarnate Word and A&M Commerce?
Yes, this is ugly.
Court? That was ugly. That was pretty bad.
Yeah. So A&M Commerce playing Incarnate Word, and then at the handshake line, a brawl broke out.
What the hell, man? Yeah, like a real actual brawl between the teams on the floor.
Like team-wide brawl.
Yes. Like coaches on the floor trying to break it up, and this thing lasted a good 90 seconds.
I mean, well, it's hard to get. I mean, there's no authorities there. The security's all helping people, and by the time everybody realized what was happening, it was a full-on brawl. Ty, I just sent you the audio of this. Can we play this? I mean, this is, by the way, this is not Craig Way calling this game. Let's just say that. Craig Way and Eddie Orrin over at UT. But can we play this there, Ty? Here is the radio audio of a Southland Conference game against A&M Commerce and Incarnate Word that ended ugly.
Wow.
And oh no, this is not good. This is really not good. We've got punches being thrown. This is really bad. Oh my goodness.
Full team fight. Coaches in the middle of it. Wouldn't be surprised. Someone got a nick on the face there.
This is not what you want to see after
that close of a game.
It has been a great game. We've got everything going on right now. We still have guys running after people.
So that's the
someone in the crowd was hurt and hit.
Oh boy!
Wow. It's mayhem.
One of the 5 members of the crowd were hit, I guess.
Yeah, that was at Incarnate Word last night down in San Antonio.
Doesn't TJ Ford's son play for Incarnate
I
Word?
think he does.
Was he out there swinging?
I mean, it's just a melee.
Did he get a couple in?
Trying to look for jersey numbers here.
That is wild. Yeah, you're right. There's nobody in the crowd, though.
Well, I mean.
Not really. That's good. Don't want anybody to witness that.
Yeah. I mean, the video will be investigated, and I'm sure suspensions will be coming. But that went on last night down in San Antonio, and we'll keep an eye on it.
The announcers, they struggled to find the words to describe.
Looks like someone might have gotten a nick in there. Is that really what you said?
Yeah, I think he said a nick. I'm like, what's a nick?
Well, and I mean, and I'm looking at a view of a camera that's looking down on it, but they're sitting courtside, so they probably can't see much at all. I mean, it's just a melee of people in front of them.
Well, and a little bit more enthusiasm about the call.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like it's a melee. It looks, this is not good.
We
this
have
is not
a melee.
Good. I'm like, come on, I need the energy. When Craig Way did the runaway cart, oh man, you felt that.
Yeah,
we had a runaway cart here. It's like, come on, man, you gotta get into it a little bit. So that was your chance to go viral.
By the way, A&M, yeah, that's right. That was your chance.
That was your chance, bro. That was
it. It's still May.
Well,
not for good reason.
But not for good reason, Jeff. You had a great call, so I was like, man, this dude actually has some talent. Let's bring him up.
Let's A&M Commerce won that game, by the way.
76 to 72.
If it matters.
Yeah.
Road win for them. But then the melee breaks out. All right, real quick before we go behind the burnt orange curtain for the first time on this Tuesday, can I play this Jameis Winston audio for you?
Jameis is so funny.
I found this yesterday. So Jameis Winston is a goofball.
Intentionally and unintentionally. Sometimes I don't think he's trying to be funny. He's still funny.
Well, this is it right here. So we're talking about Mike Evans, who's from Galveston, Texas. And he's going to be a free agent, and you said the odds are best if he does hit the market, then maybe Houston.
Houston's at the top odds right
Houston,
now. Plus 300.
Plus 300 to head back towards near his hometown. Well, listen to Jameis Winston, who played with Mike Evans in Tampa.
Oh, man.
To start his career. Here is Jameis Winston, just philosophizing.
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people. And this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like you have a different way of life. You function differently. And I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. No, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's gonna take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston, Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck. Wow. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck.
Wow.
So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers. But CeeDee Lamb is a Texas receiver. I know he had a dominating year.
There we go.
Wow. That was amazing.
The water has no soul.
That water. He's from that water.
The facial expressions he's making during that video too.
It's too good.
This is fantastic. Oh man, that is amazing.
Barstool needs to hire him. If somebody does, I feel like they would take the chance first. So
I don't even know what he's saying. I still don't know what even that meant.
And let's see. I think I kind of know what he means because Galveston people are built different. Like the athletes out there. We were just talking about this on All Texas Football. They got some really good athletes that come from down there, from Galveston. You know this. Down there, Galveston
around water.
Galveston Ball always got great athletes. And that's where Casey Hampton's from.
That's right.
Galveston Ball.
Well, we're going to have to pull some cuts out of that because I ain't from there. So I don't know, but they have a beach. They have a beach.
They got a beach. It ain't a pretty beach.
No, it's not a pretty beach.
It's not a pretty beach.
They got Jamaica Beach.
Oh, man.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
We'll keep an eye on
that. Might be some of the greatest audio I've ever heard.
We'll play that a couple times this morning because it's just fun to listen to. You'll hear a new part that you missed from the first time around. Hey, can we go behind the BOC, Texas football here in mid-February?
Wow. And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Wow. All right. Man, it's starting hard to recover from that water. I'm just thinking about that. Patrick Mahomes probably knows that too. I wonder if he shared his theory with Patrick Mahomes so they could get Mike Evans there with the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, let's talk about Texas football here for a second. I saw a couple of articles, 247 Sports. I'll give them credit. Carter Bonds is the author of this article. He ranked the best quarterback wide receiver duos for the upcoming season. And he's got a top 10. He's got Jackson Arnold and Nick Anderson at Oklahoma at number 10. He's got Will Howard and the receiver Akiba. He's got him, them at number 9 from Ohio State, Jackson Dart of Ole Miss, and Trey Harris at number 8. Shadir Sanderson, Travis Hunter at number 7. But just fast forwarding here, he's got in his top 3, he's got Noah Fafita and Terriola McMillan from Arizona. He's got Dylan Gabriel and Tess Johnson from Oregon, because Dylan Gabriel, yes, again, he jumped ship to Oregon and is now in a really good situation there as number 2. And he's got Quinn Ewers and Isaiah Bond as the top wide receiving quarterback duo in the country. It's really interesting because, I mean, Isaiah Bond is, he's just a guy that projects to be, first-round wide receiver. This guy had over 600 receiving yards with Bama. Projecting to be the number 1. The last time Texas had the number 1 quarterback wide receiver duo in the country, or you could make that argument, was Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley. 2009 was the last time Texas was in the conversation for having the best quarterback wide receiver duo. If they're even close to being in that conversation. And Isaiah Bond is projected to be the number 1. If there was another guy on campus that I think would also project to be a number 1 right now for Texas, it'd probably be a Jonte Cook. But, right now Jonte Cook is probably projected to be that number 2 receiver, but he does know the offense better than all these other transfer receivers they're bringing in. That's really big in trying to penetrate Sark's circle of trust. He's got a tight rotation of wide receivers. He doesn't expand it very often. And from what I can gather, it's about the player's ability to learn the offense. And he's really hands-on with the receivers when he's coaching, and so he demands a lot of his receivers. Remember, he teaches all the receivers all the different positions. They got to learn X. They got to learn Z. They got to learn the slot receiver. They got to learn all the different positions within the receiver. And then because he wants to mix and match, and he wants position fluidity with the wide receiver position. So if you don't necessarily know what to do in all those given situations and all those different spots within his offense, then you're probably not going to play. And that's why I think the rotation ends up being really tight, because I think it's a lot of information, especially for young wide receivers. But Jonte Cook knows the offense really well. And then just because you transfer in doesn't guarantee you a spot in that circle of trust of his rotation of wide receivers. Think Isaiah Nayor. That didn't happen. Think, Tariq Milton, they brought him in. That didn't happen. So there have been guys who have been proven commodities that have come in and not necessarily been able to, see those quality reps on the field at wide receiver. I do think he will expand his circle of wide receivers in the rotation this year, just because I think it's going to be hard to keep Bond, Golden, Bolden off the field. I think those guys complement each other really well. And I also think Ryan Ringo, that young freshman, I think he's going to get sprinkled in there every now and then. Of course, like we're talking about Jonte Cook, I think he could end up being the number 2 guy. So it's going to be an offense that's going to look a lot different, because I know they got Amari Knobloch and Gunnar Helm. I think you even could potentially see that red package that Sark unveiled at Alabama. Now, you don't have 4 first-round wide receivers like you did when you had Ruggs and Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle and Edgar. You don't have that complement of wide receivers, but you do have a deep wide receiving core with a lot of proven commodities. I wouldn't doubt, and he hasn't broken it out since he's been at Texas, if he breaks out the red package. Red package is just a 1 back, 0 tight ends. So it's a 10 personnel package, 4 wide receivers on the field, and you're just blitzing the opposing defense with speed. I think you might see it. Sark is creative, and he's got a lot in his bag. And when he's got a deep position, like he did with the running back position the last couple of years, he will kind of, tweak the system. to make sure that he can weaponize that position. He did it with two tailback sets and a lot of 21 personnel in the last couple of years because the running back position is so deep. I wouldn't doubt if he's doing that now with wide receiver because of the depth of it. So that's something to think about. Also, there was another article from 247 Sports that ranked the top quarterback rooms in the country, and Texas was ranked as the best quarterback room in the country too. And I was thinking to myself, the last time Texas had what could be projected as the top quarterback taken in the draft that following year, you have to go back to Vince Young. That was the last time Texas had a quarterback who could, project to be the top quarterback taken in the draft. That's what Quinn has a chance to do this year, to be the top quarterback taken in the draft. And if you're the top quarterback taken in the draft, then you're talking about being drafted in the top 5, in the top 3, hell, potentially 1-1 overall. That's the goal for Quinn. Next time we go behind the Brown's curtain, we'll talk about that and what leaps in an improvement and what we need to see from Quinn for him to be the top quarterback in this upcoming draft class. And not this upcoming draft class, but then in 2025 for Quinn Ewers. What will it take for him to make that type of improvement? Because he's got a chance to be. That's what he always projected to be. He was the highest rated recruit in the history of modern recruiting. So he does project to be a 1-1 guy. I think he's gotten a lot better. What other areas does he need to improve in to be considered the top quarterback in the draft class? We'll talk about that.
Next time we do that, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we're talking Texas football all year round here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. As we roll on, we'll get some What the Facts coming up. Also, the Texas basketball team with a nice win last night. Wasn't pretty, but it was a W. We'll talk more about that with Rodney Terry's squad getting a W on home floor last night. We'll get to all of it, plus What the Facts coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Callahan's General Store, folks. It is a Texas and Austin legend right there on 183. It's 501 Bastrop Highway, the actual physical address, but you know where it is, between downtown and the airport, right there off Montopolis, and they've been there since 1978. When I say a Texas legend, it is locally owned and family operated for the last 45 years. They have everything you need. If you need some Western wear for your rodeo, you're going to be out at the rodeo coming up in March, get out there. Maybe you just need it for the lease or for the ranch. They've got the boots and the hats and the belt buckles, the great-looking designer hats, the designer belts, the boots of a high level. Check those out in the Western wear section. Over there in the hardware section, if you have a big project, Callahan's has got you covered. And, of course, in the yard section, I tell you about all the time, keeping your yard golf course condition year-round. You can do it at Callahan's with the products that they have, but the great people that they have to help you do it right. Do it right on the calendar. Do it right in application processes, when and how much. Callahan's is your go-to every single time because they want to help you not just get the right products, but do it properly every single time to get that yard looking great and keep it looking great year-round at Callahan's General Store. They've also got the live animals and the feed for all your animals, your pets. They got everything you need. Callahan's General Store. Great people, even better place. Been there since 1978. Find them online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And always remember, it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Rolling through a Tuesday, 20 February on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. We'll reset the headlines top of the hour, including that Longhorn win last night at Moody Center. If you're part of that sellout crowd, thanks for being there. Had to sit through quite the ugly basketball game, but the Longhorns got the win. Found a way. Sellout crowd at the Mood on a Monday night. Had to wait till 8 o'clock or afterwards for the tip time. But you were there and showed up, and the Longhorns get a nice win. We'll talk about it. You can hit us up on the text line, 512-447-3776 on this Tuesday. Rod, it is time for What the Facts. And I think it's safe to say, based on this, if this report is accurate, it is a fact that Lake Travis's own Baker Mayfield is going to be on the free agent market, because according to Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times, the Buccaneers are expected to use their franchise tag on Antoine Winfield.
Yeah.
Which now, again,
that was going to be big. Yeah,
they put Antoine Winfield with a franchise tag, their Pro Bowl safety. Now, they could work out a deal with Baker Mayfield, free agent-wise, before he hits it, but if they don't get a deal done, Baker Mayfield could be on the market. What would his market look like if Tampa lets him get there?
If he's the market, I think he does have value. There are a lot of teams. Hell, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they need an upgrade at quarterback. Hell, the Falcons, depending on what they want to do with the draft pick. New England. Depending on what your plan is at quarterback, whether you're going into the draft and you think you can get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft, and if not, you need another bridge so you can get to another year of quarterback evaluation. I think he holds tremendous value. He had his best year. He won a playoff game.
He did beat the Eagles. And
he's proven he can win playoff games with multiple organizations. How many quarterbacks have even done that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's something hard to do. I'm with you, man. I think he has a lot of value if they let him hit the open market, and they can't do that though. They would have to. I mean, what's their plan?
Yeah. You wonder
what's their plan at quarterback if they do that.
You kind of wonder with Tampa is they won their Super Bowl with Tom Brady. And now you got Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, Antoine Winfield. You're going to tag Winfield, and do they begin the rebuild kind of thing?
It could be, and maybe that's why you let Baker go, because Baker keeps you in contention.
Or is this a Jared Goff situation where you re-sign him and you thought he was your bridge quarterback and he might just be your quarterback?
I am not in. You got a quarterback that won a playoff game. That is strange. I got to go see. I mean, how often that has happened where a quarterback won a playoff game and then they let him hit the open market.
Yeah, well, you wonder where the negotiations are. I know they've been talking. I know Baker had to, enjoyed playing there, but remember
if it is a rebuild, you're right. That makes perfect sense.
Well, remember his offensive coordinator took the Carolina Panthers head coaching job, so there's change there. You might not have Mike Evans next year. I mean, there's a lot of change happening there. That's an older team, and if you're Baker, do you want to go? Some Atlanta Falcons could use a quarterback, for crying out loud, better than Desmond Ridder.
There's so many teams that could use a quarterback.
Yeah, and if you're one of the few on the market,
man,
that's a valuable place to be.
I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know how they could justify that unless, boom, like you said, they're rebuilding, and that's the justification. Like, no, I mean, it's time. It's time for us to rebuild. We're gonna. And that, and franchise tagging Antoine Winfield, I mean, I knew it could happen, but it does show you about what their intentions may be. Because, you can't use it on your quarterback, like I said, because the quarterback, the tag number is just absurd.
The average of the top 5 quarterbacks is a huge guaranteed number.
So you can't franchise tag, and you'd have to sign him to, a deal. And I could see Baker probably wanting
explore the market.
Money. Yeah, well, this is his best year ever. He's coming off his best year. This is time to cash in.
Cash in.
Yeah, you can't go low ball and get below market value now.
Today is the day that franchise tags can begin to be used if deals aren't worked out. Yeah. So you may see some of those
happening everywhere.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, about what and there are going to be some guys who will get cut that you just don't expect to get cut.
You're right about that.
Some big time players. Okay, I got a what the fact. This is a strange one here. How about this one? 2024 was nearly the first season in NFL history where every single field goal or extra point was held by a punter. Of the 2,345 place kicks this season, just 3 of the 2,345 place kicks this season featured a non-punter as the holder. Let that sink in. How about that? That's just a random factoid.
That is a random.
Yeah. All your kicks, all your holders are now punters, basically. It's like a weird transition that's happened.
When did that happen, though?
I know, but it used to be quarterbacks.
Used to be quarterback.
It used to be backup QB. But you know what's happened? The backup QBs play too much now.
Yeah, because everybody gets hurt.
Everybody gets hurt. we've had a record number of backup quarterbacks play the last couple of years, so that's a big part of it. But even before then, it was already transitioning. Isn't it a weird thing, John?
When I was
That's
in high
strange.
school, that's when I first kind of noticed it. I think it's more to like practice time because you don't have to take away the backup quarterback to do holding duties.
That's true. They hang out together so much.
So it's like the punters. It's like when you're not doing it, when you're not punting, you might as well work on holding kind of situation.
No, that's a good point. That's actually really good. Yeah, it's just such a weird, like I said, it's a weird.
Yeah, but it
factor.
also like it takes away from what you can do fake wise, I guess.
And you know what?
One non-athlete out there.
Exactly, but I'll tell you what you're talking about makes a lot of sense because they've decreased all the practice time at each level of football.
Yeah.
So more and more, it's like, man, let them guys to maximize practice time. Y'all do y'all thing up there with the kickers. Because I've talked to the kickers. I talked to Bert Auburn. He's like, we work on our own.
Yeah.
A lot of time,
Yeah,
coach
they're by
ain't nothing.
themselves.
They're the only position really the kickers are that work kind of isolated with even out coaching. It's like independent coaching. A lot of time they're just going through reps of things over and over again.
That's an interesting factoid in what the facts here on a Tuesday morning. How about this fact? Ty is an aspiring sports gambler.
Yeah.
Did you see the former Cowboys wide receiver Dez Bryant? How about this over the weekend? Yes.
He's on a heater.
Dez Bryant, who is had been known to be an avid sports bettor since his playing days ended.
I like it.
In a post to Twitter or X, Bryant showed off that he won a $416,970 in a massive 13-leg college basketball parlay.
Hold up. 13-leg?
13-leg parlay.
Damn.
He's got a guy.
He's got a guy.
How many things can you put on a parlay?
As many as you want.
As many as you want.
Damn, I didn't know that. I thought they had a limit on it or something.
And my man Dez may have a problem because he posted it to the Twitter, and some of the picks he made: Santa Clara on the money line, Wyoming on the money line, Pepperdine on the money line, Nevada on the money line, Colorado, all part of his 13-leg college basketball parlay.
13 legs.
That made him 416. Man. And if you don't know what to make 13 bets, they all have to hit.
They all gotta hit.
You can go 12-1 and you lose the bet.
So the house is like, hell yeah, the more you
the
more
bets,
the
better. Parlays.
I saw he posted another one yesterday where he had like women's basketball, like tennis, and like soccer in it too. And people somebody's giving him some information because there's no way Dez Bryant is paying attention to all these random sports that much. I mean,
maybe
that's
he
pure
wants to be a pro bettor.
Hey, I bet on these things all the time, but I'm just like, it's like flipping a coin for me. That's just to get the need to place a bet out. I haven't been as bad recently, as y'all know, but I was speak of parlays, one leg away from $1,000 on the NBA All-Star game prop bets this weekend. So,
take the over?
No, I bet on a bunch of individual players. It was on Underdog actually.
No, the overs always
Underdog
hit.
Fantasy. Take the hires.
Overs 13-3 in the NBA All-Star game since 2009, I think. So.
Hey now. All right, Dez. Way to go, man. 416 G's.
Damn.
Woo. Yeah,
I need to get y'all's thoughts on the 3-point shootout that happened too.
Oh yeah, I want to get I want to hear what Ty's got to say about that.
Get into it.
I thought it was a hit.
Yeah,
we'll also get into Adam Silver's problem because the commissioner of the NBA, you could see how disgusted he was when he was presenting the trophy.
He was.
Because he encouraged the players to play hard on the All-Star game. Play defense. Please, we need it.
Nope.
Our TV partners are mad. No one's watching it. And the players are like, sorry, boss.
Sorry, boss.
We ain't playing no D. Hook him up with Ian Rod B. yeah, coming off the What the Fact segment, it is a fact that Viking Fence is the best fence company in Austin, Texas, and beyond now, all through the great state, up and down I-35 into the Metroplex with Viking in any division. And, it's one of those things that sounds like an opinion that they're the best, but it's factual. I mean, no other fence company has gone to the length to build you a quality fence like Viking. No other fence company you'll find has their own on-site lumber mill, that cedar mill, where they mill the different grades of Western red cedar for their own brand of lumber, the Big Tex brand. It's also pre-stained Western red cedar. They have that staining equipment, the Ready Seal stain, which is a more efficient and higher quality way to stain the wood instead of doing it afterwards. They do it in their own piece of equipment there. Also, they have the custom iron work that they do there, their own custom iron work facility, CNC bending equipment, the cold and hot forging capability, and pipe bending. I mean, you combine this this investment of what they've made in these options that no one else has, with the attention to detail and the quality and the workmanship that they provide, and no one's going to build you a better fence than Viking. That's been the goal since 1972 when they began installing fences in Central Texas to control the quality and production from start to finish to bring you the most value and the highest quality fences in all of Texas. No one does it better than Viking. 837-6411 is their phone number. It's 837-6411. Go to the great website, vikingfence.com. Learn more. You see all the galleries there. You can get a quote at that website. You can finance your project and just learn more about the best fence company in Texas. It's Viking Fence. 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com. And remember, when you think fences of any kind in Austin and beyond, always think Viking. It is Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. We'll get the latest from the Moody Center last night. Longhorns. It's not something we're going to put in the Louvre or anything. It wasn't pretty. It was a win, though, for the Longhorns last night over Kansas State. So Rod will have his first rant. Some drama involving the Cowboys, it sounds like. When isn't there drama involving the Cowboys?
They love the drama. They like TNT.
They love it.
They love the drama. Oh, they love it.
Hey, Rod, we were talking about Des Bryant and his big 13-leg parlay that he hit over the weekend.
Yeah, man.
And gambling, and Ty's a big gambler. You know, the gambling, the word gambling used to be kind of a negative word, a dirty word. Now it's become more and more commonplace. To this point, you know, you've opined your candy cigarette theory for a long time about the NFL and how they trying to be in favor of the kids. How about this? You know, candy cigarettes back in the day, I remember them. Used to have them.
Too. Oh yeah, they were good actually.
Just bubble gum, but it taught kind of kids kind of act like their parents who were smoking without smoking.
Oh man,
introduce them to the whole concept.
It was brilliant.
Have you heard of an app called Fliff? F-L-I-F-F.
No.
Fliff.
I don't know what that is.
Here we go. Well, it's candy cigarettes for gambling, essentially. Fliff is not a traditional sports book. It's a social sports book where gamblers as young as 12 years old, or 13, I should say, 13 years old, can get online and get on the app and actually bet and make bets with virtual currency. They're not betting with money. They're just learning to bet.
Yeah.
They're learning to bet at Fliff.
Wow.
And it's raising red flags with folks. So wait a second. Now, there's nothing illegal about it.
No. It's virtual currency.
But the apps advocate and warn. But essentially, you can groom underage people, train them how to make parlays, how to do teasers, how to do over-unders, and those kind of things. And it's raising some red flags. But, yeah, it's called Fliff. It's a popular mobile app put in place by the gaming, world.
I'm not surprised.
And on the weekend, they looked at it for the NFL Conference Championship games 2 weeks ahead of the Super Bowl. Over 200,000 bets were made on that one weekend by young
kids.
people. Yeah, by kids, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a kids betting app.
Well, I'm sure all the sports leagues love it too.
Oh
right?
man, for sure.
Because people, they've shown the numbers. At least these studies have shown that people who bet are more committed to watching.
That's for sure.
People who bet on something, they're going to watch it. Nobody really bets on anything. It's like, all right, I'm not even going to watch it. I'm just going to bet on it. Some people may do that, but for the most part, they've done the studies, and that's why March Madness is a big thing, because essentially you guys are betting on March Madness. That's why y'all watch it.
You fill out a bracket.
Y'all don't give a damn about college basketball any other month of the year, and you really never will. But when you're betting on it, damn it, even grandma's like, hey, go team, go team. Everybody's betting on it because, that's kind of, it's casual betting. It's one of those things where that's considered acceptable, and it wasn't taboo, even though it is. Fantasy football is the same thing. So these kids actually have been betting. They've just been doing it in the fantasy football realm. And that's not considered betting either, but it actually is betting. You know what I mean? So, yeah, the candy cigarette is a brilliant theory, and it works. Trust me. That's why they stopped selling those damn things.
Well, that's where you wonder. I mean, I don't think you can shut this down.
Yeah, that's why the cartoon images of the cigarette mascot, you can't do that, man. Kids love that stuff. Yeah. Kids love Joe Camel. Gotta cut that out.
Yeah, well... there's a lot of different examples of it. This one is for sure.
No, it's definitely it.
Fliff is what that's called.
Yeah.
If you are paying attention, but yeah, because it operates with little interference from state or federal authorities. No money's changing hands.
It's fake money.
Yeah,
it's fake money. Until it's real money. Fake money until they get some real money.
Yeah.
And then they won't be on Fliff anymore, and they get old enough, and they'll go bet on something on some actual app somewhere. Oh no, it's brilliant. It's a little twisted and demented, but that's getting your kids hooked early is now the goal of every corporation, people. So that's not just the betting industry.
Well,
they're all trying to get your kids hooked as early as possible. Then you have to buy it, then they already have a built-in customer base that's growing up and thriving. That's every corporation. That's not just sports. So deal with it. That's what social media is all about.
Why do you think McDonald's used Ronald McDonald and all the characters to attract young kids?
Oh, exactly.
Like the cartoons that they watch.
Tale as old as time.
Oh yeah,
yes,
for sure.
it is.
Well, keep that in mind. If you're a parent out there is an app called Fliff.
Then try to keep your kids away from it, at least for as long as possible.
Yes.
Please. That's just, wow. That's crazy.
Fliff.
Never thought I'd say it, but it makes sense. I bet it's like, I bet the imaging on it is just overstimulation. It's like all these oh man. I bet in terms of the sensory and then the audio, I bet it's.
And then when you win,
exactly. Yeah. Just overstimulation, stimulation. Oh yeah. They trust me. They know what they do. The algorithms work. They work.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they do.
All right, let's get to the actual top stories of the morning. Rod's going to get a rant for us coming up. We got a lot going on. It's a Tuesday on Hook 'em Up. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and we start with Texas hoops. And yes, as we say, certainly wasn't a thing of beauty last night, but in a big Monday home tilt that they absolutely had to have last night, the Longhorns held on for a 62-56 win over K-State at the Moody Center. Both defenses and actually poor shooting dominating the night. It was Dylan DeSue that led Texas to this victory. Senior forward from Pflugerville scored 20 points, including 4 big free throws down the stretch and a dunk in the final 36 seconds to help the Horns improve to 17-9 overall. They're 6-7 in conference play this year. Major props to fellow senior Max Asmus last night. The senior from Dallas, the Oral Roberts transfer, scored just 8 points, but a foul line jumper he hit with 14 minutes to go in the second half took him over 13,000 career points. He is just the third player in Division I men's history now to record both 3,000 points and 500 assists. Next up for Texas, a trip to Lawrence, Kansas this Saturday afternoon to face the 9th-ranked Jayhawks. The 5th-ranked Texas women are back in action tomorrow night. They're on a 6-game heater. They will host Texas Tech tomorrow at Moody. Also last night in the Big 12, a top 10 matchup down in H-Town. Maynard's Jamal Shedd, tremendous. The senior guard scored 20 of his game-high 26 in the second half to lead second-ranked Houston to a 73-65 win over 6th-ranked Iowa State. That moves Kelvin Sampson's Cougars into sole possession of first place atop the Big 12 at 10-3. In baseball, early season continues tonight for the 16th-ranked Longhorns. They welcome Houston Christian to the Disc for a midweek tilt. First pitch set for 6:30. Also tonight, unbeaten Texas State will travel to Fort Worth to face TCU. In racing, at long last, the Daytona 500 once again belongs to Hendrick Motorsports. William Byron took the checkered flag at the rain-delayed Great American Race yesterday evening after taking the lead on a restart with 4 laps to go. Win snaps a 9-race losing streak for the team at Hendrick. The last Hendrick driver to win the Daytona 500 was Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in 2014.
Texas basketball with an ugly win. UGLY kind of win, but it's a win, and they got to keep winning. Doesn't really matter how they do it. And, Dylan DeSue at this point, I mean, I don't see how he's not a first-team all Big 12 selection. And if he continues on this pace, I mean, he is their go-to guy. I mean, that guy just fills up the stat sheet. He's impactful on both ends of the floor. When they need a bucket, he's the bucket. He really is. I mean, he's the catalyst, and he is the start, kind of the starter kid for them. He gets things going. He's the mojo. He's the identity of this basketball team. It's just really kind of where Dylan DeSue goes. 20 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, at a block. That guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's the consistent performer for Texas. The guard play kind of comes and goes. Dylan Mitchell's play kind of comes and goes. The two things that are consistent with this team is Dylan DeSue, and then the effort and the energy you get from Kendall Weaver on a night-by-night basis. And he doesn't. Those two guys are as consistent as now. Kendall Weaver took the cheap shot last night from Ames for Iowa State. So was pretty surprised there wasn't kind of a dust-up. Happened right in front of the Texas bench. But cooler heads prevailed in that situation. But those are really the two things that you really can count on. You talked about earlier what's the identity of this team. You can count on those two things. Last 2 games, even they've gone 1-1. Max Asmus and Tyrese Hunter, your backcourt, have not shot the ball well. They've been pretty ugly. They were again last night. This is one of those games, Rod, where
slow start.
Only thing uglier than the second half was the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really because you would say high-level defense, but really it was just bad offense in a lot of cases, just missing shots.
They seemed tired. Both teams seemed a little tired coming off, at least Texas coming off that U of H game.
Well, I mean, but they had the week off last week. So I don't think they have any excuse to have tired legs. They yes, it's 2 games in 3 days, but at the same time, they didn't play at all the whole last week, and now they're off until the Kansas game, so they better have fresh legs in Lawrence coming up Saturday.
They better.
But now the question is it tired legs, or is it just when they play? And we knew this about this Texas team before the season even started. They have a smallish backcourt. I mean, Tyrese Hunter goes 6 foot. Max Asmus, they say he's 6 foot, but he's not. He's probably 5'10". They're smallish in the backcourt, and Houston and K-State have long guards, athletic guards, long arm guards that are going to give those guys trouble. And I think we've seen that throughout the Big 12's race. I mean, Max Asmus is still a really good player, and gosh, congratulations. We shouldn't minimize. I mean, 3 players all time in Division I basketball have gone to 3,000 points and 500 assists. That's pretty incredible.
That is.
That's rarefied air for Max. But those 2 guys have been struggling the last 2 games, and that's the thing. If this team, we've seen them when they beat Baylor. or when they've won some of their big games on the road. When the guards play well, with Dylan Disu now as the go-to guy, they're a tough out. They're a tough team to beat. But if the guards are off and you only have Dylan Disu and you're not sure what you're going to get from Dylan Mitchell, we can see like it was last night. And to find a way to win that game was huge for them to get a W at home.
Yeah, because they really kind of played K-State's style of play. They have a tough time. They're dictating the terms of some of these games and dictating the tempo. And I think a lot of that is based on the guard play. The slow start by the guards with Asmus and Tyrese Hunter. I mean, ultimately, that slow start, it really puts the offense in a hole offensively, and all they have is Dylan Disu. So they got to get better starts from their guards. They got to get better play overall, consistent play from the guards. In that first half, I mean, they were 1 of 7, Tyrese Hunter and Max Asmus. That is in the Big 12. That will get you beat night after night with your guards playing. In tournaments, all about guard play too.
100%.
They got to get better there.
And as you said, get them into your style. I mean, K-State is the best team in the league, and teams against K-State shoot the lowest percentage in the Big 12. So
they like ugly basketball.
They're not offensively gifted at K-State for Jerome Tang, but man, they try to D you up. They try to muck up the game and get it into a game like it was last night. And that's why if you're Texas fan, don't get too discouraged. They drug you into their style of fight, and you still won it.
Yeah,
so
exactly. That's growth right there.
And it's because of Dylan Disu and what he did in the final, minute of the basketball game. The other thing we probably don't say enough. I mean, Dylan Disu is a kind of a go-to guy. He's a 3-level scorer, but I should say 4-level scorer because he makes free throws.
He does.
He makes foul shots. Yeah. I mean, a lot of teams. You can rely on him to go to the line and make big foul shots, which a lot of times with a big man, you're not always sure. But with this young guy, you certainly get that. So props to him, props to Max Asmus, props to the Longhorns for a good win.
Yeah, no, that was you're right. That once again, man, a showcase performance by Dylan Disu. Dylan Disu has proven that he is consistent. There's no doubt about it. Each and every night, no matter what game plan a team has for him, he's shown that he can score in a number of ways. And I love that he just affects the game on both ends of the floor. On offense and defense, he's just as valuable on each end of the floor for Texas. So he's the real MVP right now, and he's their go-to guy, and he's showing up each and every night in the clutch. So give it up for Dylan Disu. All right, and we get to the rant. I got some sound. Okay, apparently there's a good story for the Cowboys, and then there's some drama that is developing for the Cowboys. We'll get into both of them because I'll give you the good and the bad.
All right, well, let's do that right now. Let's get to Rod's first rant of a Tuesday.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, so I sent Ty a lot of sound, so and Ty already got it pulled up, so I appreciate Ty working hard for us. Okay, so first let's play the Jimmy Johnson audio, because apparently Jimmy Johnson broke some news that I wasn't aware of, and a lot of Cowboys fans are really excited about it. So here is Jimmy Johnson, who is now in the Ring of Honor. But he was on with 560 in Miami. I'm assuming this is. He was on 560, the WQAM, and he was talking to, I believe, Joe Rose about his induction, and he dropped this little nugget. Here's Jimmy Johnson.
Well, since the Ring of Honor, Jerry and I, man, I'm on his advisory board now. We're talking on the phone. I talked to him about an hour after his Green Bay loss, and he's talking about what all he needed to do because he's had big decisions on Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn and Dak Prescott. But everything's hunky dory now. So I'm back in the fold with the Cowboys.
Well, what are your thoughts? See, how about that? Jimmy Johnson now advising Jerry Jones. And by the way, shout out to Jerry Jones. Didn't make it a big story. He didn't. I mean, you had to go grab that from a radio, just a local radio interview from Jimmy Johnson. It kind of made the rounds, but I don't know. I didn't even know he had an advisory board. So now I want to know who's on the advisory board. But at least he's talking to Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy Johnson is advising Jerry Jones.
That can only be a good thing.
That can only be a great thing.
Yeah, that can only be good.
And I'm surprised that, like I said, Jerry Jones didn't make a big deal. I see there's a lot of Cowboys talking right now, and there are a lot of Cowboy stories, negative and positive. Some of them positive. This is a positive one. But I'm surprised Jerry Jones didn't make some, media event out of it, or try to get a headline, or make it something we can gain publicity from it. No, Jerry Jones did it quietly, and it's just talking to football guys. That's growth from Jerry Jones. That's growth. I got to tell you.
He doesn't go outside their circle that often.
That's growth.
As we know of, that we know of.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Jimmy's kind of in the circle, right? He's in the Ring of Honor.
He's in the circle now, man.
And maybe there's amends been made between the Hall of Fame induction and now the Ring of Honor induction.
I love that.
I like it.
I do.
Props to Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, that is
seeking outside counsel is a good thing.
That is
especially
great.
Someone as sharp as Jimmy Johnson.
Should have been happening, years ago. But hey, man, better late than never. Okay, so apparently there also may be some beef brewing in the Cowboys locker room. We've played each of these pieces of audio, but now in a different context, because there is a rumor. All right, right now there's a theory that there is beef going on between Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence, and they've taken shots at each other publicly. We'll determine whether that's the case or not. Let's first hear the audio. So, Ty, would you please bring up the YouTube clip of DeMarcus Lawrence? Now, E, you played this earlier, and we focused on the fatigue element, right? DeMarcus Lawrence implies that the reason they lost to the Green Bay Packers because they were just fatigued.
Dead legs.
Yes,
long
they were tired.
Season.
But within that clip, there are some people that believe that DeMarcus Lawrence took a shot at Micah Parsons. Let's hear the clip, please, Ty, and then we can discuss it after. Here's DeMarcus Lawrence. This is right after the Cowboys lost to Green Bay it's probably two weeks ago or something like that, 2 or 3 weeks ago. But here is DeMarcus Lawrence.
Honestly, I think the main thing is who's burned out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast. And
what about adjustments?
Okay. So we focused on the fact that it was ridiculous for him to claim that they were fatigued. That's why he lost the game. Like, everybody's fatigued. He played 17-game season. And we'll hear from Micah Parsons in a second. But the second part of that clip where he says they rolled out toward Micah and they ran away from me. And I guess the implication would be they ran to Micah. Basically, they ran at Micah. He didn't say it. But that's what he implied. That now they were running at Micah. They didn't run at me. All right. They rolled the pocket to Micah, and then they ran at Micah, which they did.
They did.
We talked about this. It was like, no, as you basically turn him into a liability as a run defender. When you're throwing the football, he may be the most impactful defensive player in the league because he's just a pass rusher. But if you just run at Micah, he is an average to below average run defender, and that's something he's got to get better at. That's what Green Bay turned him into, and that's why the power run element works really well versus the Cowboys. Do we think DeMarcus Lawrence was taking a shot at Micah Parsons? Intentionally, unintentionally? Or was he just stating what he observed?
Yeah.
That they were running they were running away from me and they were rolling the pocket to Micah.
Well, I mean, it's not breaking news. It's what the teams did to them all year, right? When we go all the way back to Arizona, when they ran right at Micah Parsons and they limit his speed by running right at him and get a bigger body on him. You if you're Micah Parsons, you could hear that and find concern with it or an issue with it. At the same time, it's not wrong. It's not a wrong statement, but I can understand Micah Parsons hearing that and going, what?
Hey, what?
Come on, Tank.
Yeah. And, okay, so
what are you up in my business for?
Okay, so Ty, let's hear Micah Parsons' response when he was speaking to Stephen A. about DeMarcus Lawrence's comments that the Cowboys were fatigued, and now with a different perception potentially of these comments, his audio. Let's hear from Micah Parsons.
DeMarcus Lawrence came off First Take Super Bowl week. They're showing ESPN every week. They won today in the 12. He comes on the show and he said, guys might have been a little tired. He said, because so much is expected of us. Every game is like somebody's Super Bowl. So we go through stuff that most teams don't go through. And I think that guys were a little bit fatigued. When you heard he said that, what were your thoughts?
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I agree that teams play us like the Super Bowl. We are the Dallas Cowboys. But in the end, that's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you say that to someone else, you know what I'm saying? Like, one-on-one, you know what I'm saying? Cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in the playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, it should never, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home. Because that's what's exactly going to happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
All right. So it's the now I guess some people are saying that, you know, that message by that response by Micah, that now that they may have some, I don't know, some legitimate beef between one another, and that they, you know, if they got a problem with each other and they got a problem with the mentality, that these are the 2 leaders on defense, that they need to settle it. So I don't know. I don't know if there's beef or not, but there are people that believe that they are taking shots at each other in the media. I don't.
Because they're in the media a lot too.
They're in the media a lot. They talk a lot. Like, that doesn't. You could have. You know, he could have avoided it. I mean, he's avoided. By the way, Michael's avoided stuff like that before. We talked about the Jesse Holly thing. He chose not to even address it. He's like, I'm not addressing that, even though those were very, you know, specific criticisms that, you know, Jesse Holly had about the football character of Micah. Micah didn't address it. You know, his brother was, you know, talking about, you know, Micah and how the Cowboys utilize him, and he didn't really respond to it. So he didn't respond to everything, but he did respond to this.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, Mike Zimmer's coming in to run the defense. He brings a bit of an ass-kicker attitude. And,
he does.
No nonsense, which leads right now. You know, Jerry's leaning on Jimmy Johnson maybe for some advice. We'll see.
Jimmy would settle that.
Always.
Jimmy would get that settled.
Yeah, Jimmy would get that settled.
Yeah, you guys don't be taking shots at each other in the media. Go face to face. Let's talk about it. Get it out of the way. Clear the air.
Well,
we shouldn't hear about this drama.
I hate to make it the 30 years ago argument, but, you know, Jimmy Johnson was famous. I mean, he would cut players just to make a point, right? Cut good players.
Yeah, he would.
He had the stick.
Mm-hmm.
This has always been my argument with Jimmy Johnson or with Jerry Jones. Mike McCarthy doesn't have the stick. Jerry has the stick.
Yeah.
The coach doesn't have the stick.
I agree with that.
And that has always, for me, led to the lack of chain of command and the lack of leadership ability for the head coach, that everyone knows who the boss is. Like, the stick belongs to Jerry.
You mean Jay, as Michael calls him?
Yeah, Jay. Right,
Jay?
Exactly.
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Who we talked about in that interview with Stephen A. Smith. He sat in the owner's booth with Jerry for the whole Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And Jerry got his buddies some tickets to the Super Bowl to sit in the box, and they talk. I mean, they don't go to Mike McCarthy to sort out details like you would with most coaches, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you're in Houston, you got an issue, you go to DeMeco Ryans. If you're, you know, this is where you go. Dan Campbell in Detroit, I'm looking at right now. That's the guy that handles business in the locker room. Jerry handles the Cowboys' business in the locker room.
Yes, he does.
This is a problem.
Yeah.
This is a problem. This is why, you know, you're either even further lame ducking Mike McCarthy, who's got no new contract for next year. What's, you know, how is he, you know, Mike Zimmer can try to come in and sort out some issues if you do have an issue in your locker room on defense. But to me, that's always been a huge problem because we know who signs the checks. We know who the boss is.
You should empower those you hire.
Yes.
And delegate authority to. And Jerry doesn't often do that. He often, you know.
He blurs the lines.
Usurps. Yeah. He does. You're right about that.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
He's the commonality. He's the common denominator there that's been there that long. So you want to talk about the culture of the Cowboys and why they're a TV show? By the way, the number one TV star and the number one TV show in America, that's the Dallas Cowboys. But this is why they stay there. Because the drama.
Well, typically, I mean,
that we shouldn't have access to. We shouldn't even know about this.
Right,
drama.
Exactly. Rod, you play in the league, but for me, in any industry, you know, if a player goes to the general manager and says, "Look, I got this beef with so and so," Go talk to your coach. Go talk to the coach.
Yeah.
If you go to the owner,
yeah,
he says, go talk to the coach.
Yeah.
That's why I pay the coach. That's what he's here for. He coaches the team. Not the case in Dallas because you go to Jerry, and that's where you air your grievances.
That's true.
It's
always been the case.
It's always been the case. We'll come back. Good stuff right there. Cowboys drama in February. We've got some actual decision drama for the Cowboys. We'll tell you about coming up involving one of their best players. We'll get you details on that on the other side. Also, today is the day where franchise tags can begin being placed on players, transition tags, who's likely to get it and not. We'll talk more about that. Also, the Longhorns with a nice basketball win last night. They get to 6-7 in the Big 12. We're talking about all those issues, plus bullish or BS for the end of the hour on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Tuesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Ty as well. We'll do some bullish or BS for the top of the hour. We're talking NFL and the Cowboys drama. Apparently Jimmy Johnson now advising Jerry Jones, which is a good thing.
It's a great thing.
What will he advise him on Tyron Smith? We'll ask you about that here coming up. But I want to play it again, Rod. It's just once an hour I got to hear this.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Because one of the big several of the big pressing conversations around NFL free agency will come out of Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Where the report from Rick Stroud of the Tampa Tribune is that they're going to franchise tag Antoine Winfield, their Pro Bowl safety. And that would, unless they get deals done, make Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield free agents.
Likely, yeah.
Yeah, so Baker Mayfield coming off his best season, won a playoff game, was a Pro Bowler. I mean, he would have a market in a quarterback-starved league for sure, the former Lake Travis Cavalier. And Mike Evans, certainly, with 10 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, stays healthy. That guy will actually have a big market, maybe even down in Houston. But Jameis Winston, I don't even know where this interview came from. I don't even know.
Gold.
Pardon my take.
Pardon my take. Oh, is that a Barstool thing?
It's number one sports podcast in the world.
Okay, there we go. Oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. Pardon my take?
There you go.
All right, well, let's hear this because here's Jameis Winston talking about his buddy Mike Evans, who could be a free agent. And this is his theory on people who grow up near water. They're just a different breed.
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, like, you have a different way of life. You function differently, and I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. You know, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's gonna take you wherever it goes.
Yeah.
So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston, Galveston is known for, you know, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not a pretty beach. Yes. So Mike is from that muck. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers. But CeeDee Lamb is a Texas receiver. I know he had a dominating year.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Wow. You
so
know
many,
what?
So many little nuggets in there that I
man,
don't
water
understand.
has no soul. That is deep right there, man. Y'all ain't
intended.
picking up how deep it is. Yeah, water's got no soul. He's deep on that one. That's deep. That's, ain't gonna lie, that was pretty deep right there.
Yeah.
What did Bruce Lee show say? Be like water.
Be like water.
Be like water. All right, there you go. Empty your mind. Be formless. I think that's what he was kind of getting at about how deep it is, but I don't kind of remember that might be that Bruce Lee quote.
I think you might be overthinking, James. I think he was
Be
trying
formless.
to be profound, and he kept trying to
shapeless like
he wasn't
water.
really sure what he was trying to say, and he kept trying to be pro.
Here's Bruce Lee. Be like water, making its way through cracks. Do not be assertive, but adjust to the object, and you shall find a way around or through it. If nothing within you stays rigid, outward things will disclose themselves. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Deep. So you're not giving James enough props, man. He's deep. He's existential on y'all. Come on.
I don't know.
Get that man some props. Be like water. It has no soul.
I don't know what it's known for because I've never been there, but Galveston's different.
It's different.
I think he was just trying to say that Jameis is that Mike Evans is a different cat.
People from Galveston are different, though. I know people from Galveston.
Oh, yeah.
You do too. They are different. I mean, that's Casey Hampton's a Galveston ball guy. Galveston ball's got great athletes, but they have a very hard exterior. A lot of the Galveston guys. That's maybe you're talking about. Like
maybe you know,
yeah.
it's a different place. It's an island, you know.
It's an ugly beach. You're from an ugly beach. That's a different lifestyle. It's an ugly beach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, grow up by water. A lot of people can grow up by water. He grew up on an island.
Yeah,
so, I mean, you're
that is
surrounded
true.
by water.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That
a
could
good
be
point.
different. Maybe that's what he's meaning.
Maybe it's something like that. You could be right about that. Wow.
That was a nipple deep conversation. Hey, so
hey, man,
yes,
Jameis is. I don't know if he's always trying to be funny intentionally, but intentionally or unintentionally,
he's
one of the funniest football NFL players I've ever seen. He's hilarious.
He's hilarious.
They got to put him on TV. Give him a reality TV show if they don't do anything with him. Just give him a camera.
I think a lot of it's unintentional, but it's very funny.
I think you're right. I don't know if he's trying to be. He's like LeBron. He's unintentionally like an unintentional villain. I always say LeBron isn't trying to be a villain. He just says things that really annoy people.
Yeah,
Even when he recently said, "Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to have a farewell tour, if I want to do a Kobe thing." It's like, you've thought about this, LeBron. You know exactly what you want to do. But either way, yes, I agree. He's unintentionally funny. He's hilarious.
Tremendous. I like hearing that on a Tuesday. Here is the Tyron Smith question. We told you if you missed yesterday because you were out for President's Day. Tyron Smith, according to Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News and now Clarence Hill, the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, that Tyron Smith at 33 years old, coming off a second-team All-Pro season, is not considering retirement, which some wondered. And so that will make it a decision for the Cowboys, either to try to re-sign their franchise left tackle, who's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day, Rod.
Yeah.
Or let him go. That becomes their question, right? He's 33. He hasn't played in every game since 2015.
Yeah.
He's missed 23 games over the last 3 seasons due to various ailments, including a hamstring tear in training camp in 2022. But coming off, this year was one of his best years. Second-team All-Pro, Rod. A lot of people thought it would be Laramie Tunsil in Houston that would be the second-team All-Pro.
How many games did he play this past season?
I think he only missed 2 games this year.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. So, And look, I mean, the Cowboys selected him in the top 10 back in 2011. He's been 5 times an All-Pro, his longest tenured Cowboy, and he plays an important position. He's the left tackle.
Yeah.
But you know, we know a couple of years ago the Cowboys drafted Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. As potentially the heir apparent to Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
He's been playing guard, but has played some tackle when Tyron's been out. And you wonder if the Cowboys say, you know what, let's go ahead and let Tyron hit the market, get him his goal watch and say thanks for your service and let him go, because they do have other cap issues and they have other needs, Rod. So what would be your general manager hat on the Tyron Smith decision?
Short-term deal. If I can get him on a mercenary deal, I take it. I get maybe a 2-year deal with a 1-year option to get out of it if I don't like it, because he missed 4 games last season. And then before that in 2022, I mean, he missed 13 games.
Yeah.
And then in 2021, he missed 5 games. So I mean, last year he did play 13. So that's quite. I mean, that for an offensive lineman of his age, was he 33, going on 34 years old? That actually is a lot of games, because you'd probably keep him out of a couple of games because he gets nicked up here and there. I would try to re-sign him to a short-term deal. I would. He sounds like he'll give you the hometown discount too.
Yeah.
And you need, and I would still draft offensive linemen. I think a lot of the mocks I have the mocks I've seen, I should say, have the Cowboys taking an offensive lineman in the first round. We saw a 3-round mock yesterday. We went through, Cowboys were taking 2 offensive linemen and a running back in the first 3 rounds.
Which wouldn't be crazy. I know that's not sexy, and they could even be interior offensive linemen, right?
Yes, they could.
When you're drafting at 24, where the Cowboys are in the first round, the premium players are off the board.
Yeah.
But at 24, you may luck into maybe the best guard on the board, right? Or the best center on the board.
Yeah.
Because everything is slid to you, and all of a sudden, okay, the top 4 tackles are gone, the top 4 receivers are gone, all the quarterbacks are off the board. But look, there's the best guard in the draft sitting there right there for you. So that could be an option. But there's also going to be the consideration of letting Tyron Smith go if he won't take the deal you're interested in, and letting Tyler Smith walk out to go to the left tackle, and then drafting that guard we're talking about. So we'll see. Decisions made. I mean, this is a Hall of Fame player. The Cowboys have to make a decision on the fact that he does want to keep playing, and we'll be back. We'll take your thoughts on that from the Cowboys side of things. As
the
free
Terrence
agency.
Steele thing, I think, really, I don't know. I think it may make them rethink their offensive line plan, because I don't know if Terrence Steele had the year they thought he would have.
No, he didn't play great.
He didn't play great. And the plan was, hey, Tyler Smith will step up at left tackle, and then we're set at right tackle. And I don't know if that's the case anymore for the Cowboys.
Well, this is my thing for the Cowboys, right? When you hear that Jimmy Johnson is kind of advising Jerry, they have a lot of issues. I mean, you just talk about maybe some drama in their locker room. They got a new defensive coordinator in and new defensive staff.
Yeah.
But they need to shore up their run defense. They need to improve their linebacker core.
That's true.
Getting DeMarvion Overshown back from injury will help that a lot. And I don't know what they're going to do with Leighton Vander Esch. They got to figure that out. But they got issues. They got to figure out their offensive line for not just now, but for the future. Obviously, the Dak Prescott situation is pressing. They got to find a running back. I mean, because if Tony Pollard's a free agent, where are they going there?
That's true.
They're going to let him go. I mean, can't sign all of them. Then you only have so many draft picks.
And then you got some of the free agents that you got to worry about.
Yeah,
those guys.
I mean, this is why these past 2 years were really the window for me, for the Cowboys, and I think for a lot of people to make that step, to make the run, and didn't happen. And now I think they have some real core issues they got to deal with.
But you got to sign Dak to an extension, number one, so you can get your cap issue under control,
which locks you in. But you got core offensive line issues when you got to deal with the Tyron Smith. You've got to run him. What's your running back situation? If you're not going to re-sign Tony Pollard, you're going with Rico Dowdle, or you're going to draft somebody? I don't know. I mean, but again, you only have so many draft picks.
That's true.
To fill holes. And we talked yesterday. Micah Parsons telling Stephen A. Smith we need a big 330 war daddy in the middle. Well, where are you getting that?
I thought you just drafted Mozzie Smith. He was that. Then they wanted him to lose weight, so maybe they put the weight back on, and he's their nose tackle, the nasty nose they need.
Yeah, I mean, they have. I'm not saying the Cowboys don't have some really nice pieces. I know they had 9 All-Pros, but they also have some pretty core issues at key positions.
Yeah, and their draft class last year wasn't.
It didn't bring much.
It didn't. Yeah, it didn't have that immediate impact.
Yeah, I mean, you love that you have CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson as young talented players. You've got, you got some core pieces. Yeah, and Trevon Diggs will come back. Micah Parsons and Tank Lawrence. I get it, but man, some core issues, and there's only so much room under the cap, and there's only many draft picks you can make to fill those holes. They got to hit on them. That's the problem because those are core issues for me. Big picture for the Cowboys is they in the hierarchy of the NFC right now. We'll talk about it with you, Cowboys on the brain, as we hit that time of year, right? The transition and transitional season in the NFL ahead of league year opening in mid-March. We'll dive in there. We'll go some bullish or BS coming back. We'll take your thoughts on Jameis Winston. Just what was he trying to say about his friend Mike Evans? This says BOI, guys, born on island. Galveston people are tough people.
See, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
BOI.
He might be on to something there because I think we were talking about this on Texas Football. Galveston athletes, they were built different. I remember seeing the Galveston ball guys at track meets, and we played against them Texas City boys when I was in high school. Hey,
I do think being growing up on an island will shape you differently. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
But I just like the way Jameis went about saying it.
Water has no soul.
He kind of wandered around it.
Yeah. He from the muck, man. He from that muck. He from that muck.
Ain't a pretty beach.
Ain't a pretty beach.
Oh, man.
And I kind of knew where he was going each time, but you're right, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he actually had a true direction.
Yeah, I love
it.
It
was just
random
observations. Oh, man. I think that guy's hilarious. Put him on TV. Please give him a camera.
I'd watch. All right, we'll be back, and hopefully you keep listening. We're going to Bullish or BS coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Austin, Texas, and now all of Texas. And listen, I mean, how many horror stories have you heard about contractors or companies that don't take your project seriously enough, right? They give you a bid and then they kind of hand it off to a secondary contractor, and you can't find them half the time, and delays and all kinds of issues. I've heard those stories many times. You are not going to deal with that at Viking Fence. That never happens, right? I mean, their credibility is, unmatched in the industry. As a team, Viking brings everything to your fence project. It's a strong sense of ownership, right? We told you that their estimators own your project from A to Z. I mean, they give you the estimate, the quote, and then they handle that project all the way through. You're talking about 160 combined years of sales and contractor experience at Viking Fence, more than 300 years of erector and crew experience. It's the highest tenured team in the industry, and people love working for a Viking because they treat their employees great, which, of course, they then treat your project great, which is what everybody's looking for when it's time for that new fence. You want it to look great, last a long time, and not be a hassle for you. You want to do it right the first time. That's what Viking does every time. Only Viking, by the way, has a dedicated quality control division. That's what they're there for. They make sure that the quality of every project that's going on is they're on top of it, and there are not issues, and you're getting what you need in that project. It's your money. They want to make sure you're spending it properly, and Viking has been doing this since 1972, still locally owned and operated. They are simply the best at Viking Fence. 837-6411, the phone number. It's 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com. And remember, when you think fence in the ATX and beyond, always think Viking.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Hook 'em up. Time for bullish or BS. Rod, pick up the conversation from a moment ago. Bullish on the Cowboys. What is their biggest offseason need for you? Their biggest offseason need.
That is good. Biggest offseason need for the Cowboys.
They have a lot. I'm just wondering what the biggest is. West High, too.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to go with run defense, whichever way you want to look at it, whether it be solidifying your interior D-line or getting linebacker help. They right now have an obvious weakness, and it's their rush defense. You can run on the Cowboys. Offensively, they can. Once they get their offensive line settled, I think they're going to be able to score. They got a lot of explosive weapons. I'll say running back would be number 2 for me.
Yeah, that would be mine, too.
Yeah, running back number 2.
Ty, do you have a biggest offseason need for the Cowboys as we hit that time of year, the offseason about to begin?
Find a real little linebacker and a real running back.
There we go.
There you go. No, it's not bad. Yeah, that's rush defense and rushing. Yes, I think really the running game, period. Offensively and defense, they got to figure that out. They need to be able to run the ball better, and they need to be able to stop the run. There 100%. You go. That's what they need to focus on in the offseason.
A couple of bullish ideas on the text line that says Tim Duncan was an island guy, guys. Grew up swimming in the ocean.
There you go.
He was a stone cold assassin.
Built different, though, wasn't he? Yeah, exactly. Think about the personality of Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Still to this day, very unique.
I understand what Jameis Winston was trying to say. I just love the way he meandered his way around of saying it. It was
because he started with the Texas thing, yeah. Right? Then he got into the island thing and then the water thing. And yeah, trust me, we got to play that again. Every time we hear it, I hear something different. I'm like,
too good.
And I have a different interpretation of what he's thinking.
It's like a great piece of art, right?
Yeah,
every time you look at it, you're like, huh.
It reminded me
I didn't notice that last time.
It reminded me of the Bruce Lee quote the second time I heard it, so I don't know what the hell I'm going to hear the third time.
We'll do it again next hour.
All right, so how about this?
By the way, someone said someone needs to produce a podcast with Jameis Winston and Marshawn Lynch.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
For the good of America.
Yes. That would be so good. There really would be. I'm thinking
about anything.
I'm thinking about somebody else we can add in there, somebody else who's really eclectic like that, a very eclectic sports personality like that. But you're right. That's good. Marshawn Lynch and him, oh, man. That's when keeping it real goes wrong.
That's exactly right.
Okay, how about this one? Bullish or BS? Justin Fields has unfollowed the Bears on Instagram.
Ooh.
And he started following Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. Bullish or BS, Justin Fields to Atlanta is inevitable.
I'm a fan of it. We talked about Pittsburgh last week because the betting services had them as the odds favorite to land Justin Fields. And look, and that's exactly what the Bears want, by the way, just on their side of it, because the more teams involved, the better the pick. You may end up with a first-round pick for Justin Fields.
If you get a bidding war going.
Get a bidding war. Yeah. But I would love to see that. Justin Fields is an upgrade from Desmond Ritter, that's for sure.
Yes. Oh, with all those weapons.
And trying to remember, Raheem Morris hired the Rams passing game coordinator to be the offensive coordinator from Sean McVay's staff. So, no, I like it. There's a ton of weapons, and he is a weapon himself. He brings that element that you could see some Jalen Hurts kind of things going on with him in that offense if they built it right. The good Jalen Hurts of 2 seasons ago.
I'm with you. No, you're right. He's got a monster. He's got a cannon of an arm.
Yep.
And he's an elite dual threat QB in terms of his legs too. In the right system. And he's had so much turnover at coordinator and play caller there with the Bears. The Bears are a bit of a disaster.
Well, and let's not forget
quarterback development.
That would be obviously a homecoming for him too. He's from the state of Georgia.
Didn't think about that. Good point.
That'd be a home spot for him. Maybe that's why he's doing that. He's trying to angle for that to get back home.
Hey,
because he and Trevor Lawrence were coming out as the top 2 quarterback recruits in the country, and rivals even kind of coming up, kind of like C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young.
Yeah,
they're coming out of the state of California,
right.
So that would be pretty cool. This says biggest offseason need for the Cowboys, a new general manager, fellas. Well, that's true. That's every year.
But Will McClay is the de facto general manager, and he's done a really good job actually in terms of the Cowboys were one of the best drafting teams in the NFL. So yes, in title, Jerry Jones is still the GM, and that's why he's not worried about ever having to walk to Dallas.
Nope.
Because in title, he is always the GM in title. He'll never relinquish that, but. I do think the front office for the Cowboys has improved a lot. They're not the clown show they once were, where Jerry would just come in there and just ignore the big board that they had established through 3 months of scouting. Now they actually follow the board. They take best talent available. They consider the needs, prioritize that. I think the Cowboys draft really well. This is actually this is the season where they shine. Look at all their team. They're the most homegrown built team in the league. Nobody is built better through the draft than the Cowboys.
I agree.
Everybody else uses. Now, you could argue they don't use every means of talent acquisition like they should. They should do more trades. They should be more aggressive in free agency. They're not, because they like the value of the draft in terms of that's where you get your most cost-effective talent.
Agreed, 100%. But again, as we talk about chain of command, and Jerry's the boss, as long as that's the case.
Yeah, you're right.
Because to the texter's point, kind of a simple new GM, it really just be for Jerry to be the owner and let everybody else do their jobs, but that's never going to happen.
Never.
That's their biggest offseason need every offseason. No. Hey, Ty Henderson is back from his little trip yesterday, and Ty, you were the one we talked on Friday about the 3-point shooting contest in the All-Star game and the gender challenge, right? The Steph Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu. Were you bullish on that, Ty? What'd you make of what went on Saturday?
I didn't actually watch it.
But we did.
I heard a lot about it. It was close. She would have been. I saw she would have been in the finals of the actual 3-point shootout.
Yes,
so.
She would have. She can shoot the rock,
and she stepped back to the NBA line too.
Yeah,
see,
I didn't expect that. Yeah, so it generated some interest for both leagues. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy with the product.
Yeah, well, I think that they'll run that back next year. I mean, they'll bring that back. But the BS side is what Adam Silver's having to deal with now, because Adam Silver, remember, he implored his players to play hard in the game. He asked his guys, look, man, we really need a better showing. And they didn't listen to him. I mean, they played zero defense, and the winning team scored 211 points in the All-Star game. Remember back, because I talked to her yesterday, Rod, about how when I was growing up, the All-Star game was a big deal in the NBA. No,
it used to be.
It used to be big. But even in the Shaq, Kobe, Iverson days, they would like put on a show and do all the reverse dunks and all that stuff in the first half, and then they'd actually play the second half to win, right?
Yeah.
They would actually buckle down and try to win the game.
Yeah.
I don't even know why we can't get to that at this point.
They need to. I mean, I think the MLB should go back to it as well, but to where the winner gets something out of it. What it used to be, the winner of the All-Star game got home field advantage in the World Series.
Yeah,
but people hated that.
I know you hate it. You hate it until you realize that like I would watch the MLB All-Star game every year because I knew there was something on the line. You hate it, and it doesn't really make sense, but at least it like if you did that, people would watch.
Well, remember, and I always had to point out at that because remember, baseball used to just rotate home and who got home field. They go from American to national, American to national. It didn't matter who had the better record.
No,
because it's baseball. But that was just the old way of doing it.
Yep.
So you had no control over who was going to have home field anyhow. It always should have been team with the best record gets home field in the World Series. But so baseball said, okay, well, we just rotate it anyhow. We'll just put something on the line, which I know because people thought it was about best record. It was not. But that rule. But to Ty's point, I mean, Ty's a Rangers fan. I mean, we're Astros fans. If it went back to that, then all of a sudden the Rangers might be back in the World Series again. You want home field in that, but I don't know. I don't know what they can do. It's just when the commissioner's begging his players to give some effort and they still won't. That's some BS, and that's hard to overcome.
I mean, I don't think money, like offering them guaranteed money if you win, is going to make a difference either. It has to be something you get something competitively out of it, like a competitive advantage somehow.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I think every sport now is dealing with this to a certain extent. I mean, every sport has to change their All-Star game, so we just may be dealing with a different generation of athlete and a different ecosystem of entertainment now, where these All-Star games, they're more of a burden than a benefit
showcases
now.
Well, I will give the NFL credit.
NHL changed theirs, NFL changed theirs. Right? Who hasn't changed theirs?
Yeah.
Who hasn't tweaked it and had to tweak it because they realized there's just not enough interest and they can't necessarily generate the interest.
Well, I'll say this, that the NFL, you know what's funny about this year's NFL? I did watch the flag football game, and it was pretty fun. You had Peyton and Eli over there yelling at the officials. I mean, it got pretty heated.
But at least, because they realized, you know what, we can't, the Pro Bowl is a shell of itself, and it's actually a bad product.
So just go to a flag football game.
And that's what people are saying now about the All-Star game. Oh, we at the point now where it's just a bad product, and do something else.
Yeah, do something else.
Are we at that point now?
Well, I just can't believe the professional athletes can't. Okay, give us a quarter. Give us the fourth quarter of intensity. That's it. 12 minutes. Let's go. No. Let's go party in Indianapolis. I'm off for the week.
Pretty much. I got to make too much money.
Luka was shooting like half-court shots in the second
I know.
quarter.
They don't care. it's pretty obvious the players don't care.
Yeah.
They're trying to show you guys they do not care.
Yeah.
They're just not that into it.
That's exactly right.
They're just not that into it.
We'll be back. We roll on. Of course, we'll talk Texas hoops coming up. Rod's take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Longhorns get a nice win last night. It wasn't pretty, but it was a W. Had to have it on your home floor. We'll talk about it coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a great city, aside from the traffic, usually. It's a city that we all are happy to call home, proud to call home. Every time someone visits Austin, they think about making it their home. And what we love about Austin, well, there's a lot to love, but what we also love are the many iconic landmarks in this city that make it so unique. And what you may not know is that most of those iconic landmarks are actually created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. The folks over at Ironworkers Local 482 don't just go to the office. They're the ones who actually build it. So if you're thinking about an employment opportunity, or maybe you want a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
We're rolling take A, we're rolling take over 5. Double back.
Hook 'em Up rolls on. Our third hour of our 5-hour Tuesday conversation is going to feel like a Monday for a lot of you. Enjoyed the President's Day off yesterday, celebrating the Day of the Presidents. And, of course, as we told you yesterday, it's in honor, originally it was in honor of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington's birthday.
There you go.
Both had February birthdays. Memory serves, Abraham Lincoln was the 12th of February. And our first president, George Washington, was the 22nd. Which will be in a couple days. So third Monday of February is your President's Day, so welcome back. Getting after it. 4-day work week now begins. Weather beautiful, man. It's going to be warm and warmer as the week goes on.
You deserve a 4-day work week every now and then. Maybe once a month, we should guarantee the Americans get a 4-day work week or a long weekend. Should do it once a month at least. You do holidays,
close, right?
I think holidays most of the time you get it, but it should be, we should get more of those.
It's pretty close, isn't it? I mean, we get there. I mean,
you get there through the holidays. We got enough of them. We throw in there. And then we have the unofficial holidays, right? We consider Super Bowl weekend like a holiday, so that's why Monday after the Super Bowl is one of the least productive days in America because we're like, no, we use sports to take unofficial holidays. It's March Madness.
Sure.
Right, we basically take half days for a couple
Thursday
of weeks.
and Friday.
Yeah,
for the
just kind of hanging
days.
out. Yeah. Going to watch the games. So we do that. I mean, that's fun.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, and as we talked about yesterday, for folks who missed it, there is going to be a time, I think, in the near future when the NFL goes to 18 regular season games.
Oh yeah.
They add a bye week, and
No
the Super
doubt.
Bowl will be actually played the Sunday before President's Day.
Oh man, just keep expanding that sports calendar. They just
No,
keep taking
I mean,
over more and more territory.
Think about that. I mean, I think we're getting there.
Oh
I mean,
yeah, they're going to get that 18 game. That's coming.
That's coming. That's already in the works.
Yeah, that's they've been trying to negotiate that for the last two CBAs. They're going to get that.
Yep, and they'll just shrink the season won't be any longer as far as games because they'll play two preseason games instead. It'll still be a 20-game overall schedule like it's been right when it was 16 games and 4 preseason games. They sold it was a 20-game package to the TV networks, or at least 16 games. But then now it would be 18 regular season games, 2 preseason, so still 20, and 10 for home season tickets. Or 9 for home season tickets.
Yep.
But yeah, then you'd have to to get the Players Association to agree to it. You'd have to give an extra bye week. You'd have to give a second bye week for the players to refresh, and that would push the Super Bowl into the 3rd weekend of February.
That's exactly what the NFL wants.
And then President's Day is the next day. Everybody's always asked for a day off after the Super Bowl, or put the Super Bowl on Saturday night, so we're off on Sunday.
Yep.
No, I mean I like the President's Day idea. I think that would work pretty well.
And what would that do to the NBA? It's going to force the NBA to abandon the President's Day because we'll be talking about the Super Bowl on that Monday or whatever we get into work. So they got to pick another weekend for their All-Star weekend. They're going to have to move the All-Star weekend. They used to own Christmas. The NFL decided, nah, we want Christmas. So the NFL is like a monopoly board, man. They just kind of buying up more and more property on the sports calendar. They own it.
We would come to work those days and do talk radio, talk Super Bowl. But if you're not working that day and it's President's Day, all everybody's be talking about is the Super Bowl. If you turn on the television, right?
Yeah, so
that would be perfect for the NFL.
Yeah, and like I said, the NBA will probably just move to the next week.
Yeah, they will
as their All-Star weekend. They'd have to.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, they can't. That would be irresponsible to try to compete with the NFL, and especially with the product that you have, which we'll talk a little bit more about because we'll hear from Adam Silver because that clip. Some people think he was joking, or some people think he was serious. But either way, he's obviously mocking how bad the All-Star game was. So we'll hear that audio after we get the update, and we'll talk a little NBA.
All right. Also, the question of when is something really bad good? That would be the Longhorn basketball game last night. The game itself was bad as far as the visuals, but the win was huge. Let's get to the headlines, top stories on this Tuesday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. And start with Texas Hoops. And as we say, wasn't a thing of beauty at all. But in a big Monday home tilt that they absolutely had to have, the Longhorns held on for a 62-56 win over Kansas State last night at a sold-out Moody Center. Both defenses on point and poor shooting have really dominated the night. But it was Dylan DeSue that rose up and led Texas to this victory. The senior forward from Pflugerville scored 20 points, including 4 big free throws and a dunk in the final 36 seconds to help the Longhorns improve to 17-9 overall. They're 6-7 in Big 12 conference play now. Major props to fellow senior Max Asmus, senior from Dallas last night, scored just 8 points, but a foul line jumper he hit early in the second half took him over 3,000 points for his career. He's just the 3rd player in Division I men's history to record both 3,000 points and dish out 500 assists. Congratulations there. Next up for Texas, a trip to Lawrence, Kansas this Saturday afternoon. They'll face 9th-ranked Kansas, the Jayhawks there, 5 o'clock to tip time. And Wednesday night, the 5th-ranked Texas women are back in action. That'll be tomorrow at Moody Center, hosting Texas Tech. Longhorns on a 6-game winning streak right now for Vic Schaefer. Also last night in the Big 12, how about the top 10 matchup down in H-Town? Maynard's Jamal Shedd, tremendous. The senior guard scored 20 of his game-high 26 in the second half to lead the second-ranked Houston Cougars to a 73-65 win over 6th-ranked Iowa State. Moves Kelvin Sampson's Cougars into sole possession of first place atop those Big 12 standings at 10-3. Baseball, early season continues tonight for the 16th-ranked Longhorns. They'll be back at the Dish, welcoming Houston Christian for their 4th game of the year. First pitch set for 6:30 tonight. Also tonight, Texas State is going to travel up I-35 to Fort Worth to face TCU in a good midweek matchup there. In racing, at long last, the Daytona 500 once again belongs to Hendrick Motorsports. William Byron took the checkered flag yesterday at the rain-delayed Great American Race after he took the lead on a restart with 4 laps to go. The win snaps a 9-race losing streak for Hendrick. Last Hendrick driver to win the Daytona 500 was Dale Earnhardt Jr. way back in 2014.
All right, so Adam Silver, he was basically presenting the winning trophy, I'm assuming, or at least he was congratulating the winning team in the All-Star game. And he made a comment that a lot of people are diving into or analyzing at this time, maybe overanalyzing, that shows that maybe he wasn't too happy, that he was very displeased with the All-Star game product. Here is Adam Silver.
200 points scored, and now, Adam, you have something for the winning team.
Can we have
thank you, Ernie, first of all, to the city of Indianapolis. Thank you for the fantastic hospitality. To Herb Simon, he's owned this team for 41 years, the longest standing governor in NBA history. Thank you very much, and to your son, Steve, as well. And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations. Giannis, to your team, this trophy is yours.
All right, you got it off. You scored the most points. So there you go. All right, was he being lighthearted? Was that in jest, or was he being serious in his disappointment of the All-Star game?
I think he's serious because it was not a secret that he had met with the players and asked the players, look, let's put on a show here. Let's show some competition, and they really didn't listen to him.
He spent, according to an article from ESPN, he spent months stressing how Sunday's All-Star game needed to be better than last year. And he declared that it would be, and a lot of people turned out, now they think it was worse, and they think that they're regressing in terms of the product that is the All-Star game. Larry Bird, he's not very vocal. Larry Bird didn't come out and do a lot of interviews, but apparently he was doing a lot of interviews before this All-Star game. We've played some Larry Bird sound on the show already. We played it yesterday, and who said that? Listen to Larry Bird talk about this is, I believe, before the All-Star game. Talk about what the players need to do in terms of representing the game and being ambassadors for the game during the All-Star weekend.
The one thing I would really like to see is they play hard tonight in this All-Star game. I think it's very important when you have the best players in the world together.
You have the Kobe.
You got to compete, and you got to play hard, and you got to show the fans how good they really are. So I hope you enjoy your weekend. I'm enjoying mine. Have a good All-Star game.
They let Larry down because they did not play hard, and they did not showcase the best players in the world. It was actually pretty sad.
Well, you know what? I mean, Larry Bird, he doesn't know how not to compete, right? I mean, it's like one of those things. If he's on the court, he's playing.
Sickness.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so it's really, it's hard for us fans to watch. And as we said yesterday a lot, if you clearly don't care, why should I care? I mean, why? Then this is what Adam Silver's fighting against, because it's apathetic. So the fans are apathetic. I'm like, well, you don't care, I don't care. I mean, it's like, and that's not too much to ask for the salaries that are being paid. I understand they don't want to get hurt, but as I said, even the Kobe, Shaq era with Iverson and those guys, they would at least play the second half. I mean, they do all the 360 dunks and tomahawks,
mess around,
throwing it off
practical
the backboard,
jokes,
which is
stuff.
fine, right?
Yeah.
I mean, have some fun with it. We all get it's an exhibition, but then when it matters to win the game, let's buckle down. You can give us 12 to 24 good minutes of basketball. That's not too much to ask. And guys like Kobe, guys like Larry Bird, they don't know any different.
They don't. Speaking of Kobe, we got a clip from the late great Kobe Bryant of him, I believe, describing the All-Star game, and this is back when, at the end of Kobe's career, when he started to watch the kind of deterioration of the All-Star game culture. Here is what Kobe Bryant had to say.
I think the All-Star game in general needs a little revamping because it used to be competitive.
Yeah.
It used to be competitive. And, fans want to see the best pickup game in the world. That's what this is. They don't want to see you running up and down and dunking and doing all this crazy. They want to see what happens when you get this collection of best basketball players on the planet and they play and they go head up against each other.
Man.
I mean, you guys play harder at a pickup game in UCLA.
For real.
And ain't billions of people watching.
For real.
Definitely do. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely do. They gotta turn it
the
up.
All-Star game needs a little changing. I always love competing in them. I didn't lose many of them.
Nah,
me
you
and
was
CP
one.
used to
Nah,
talk
you
all
was
the time.
one of the
like, hold on.
ones. You took it serious.
Yeah, we went it. Like I don't think me and CP when we played together in the All-Star game, I don't think we've ever lost a game.
There you go. So
Competitive
he's
sickness.
keeping up with it because he's got that competitive sickness I always talk about. That's something that Kobe Bryant he had. And these days, I'm not saying the guys don't have it, but they don't exercise it like Kobe and like MJ used to. And they used to actually, they were proud of that competitive sickness. The guys these days, sportsmanship is a really big priority for these guys, and they get along, and they're friends, and they're friends before the games and friends after the game. And that culture, which was established back in the AAU culture, because they have social media, and these guys, they form relationships and bonds and connections way earlier in their basketball lives and development than the old school guys. And the old school guys actually had competitive angst, and they had competitive spirit. They didn't want to work in collaboration. They wanted to be in opposition to one another. They had adversaries. They had an arch nemesis. These guys don't really have that. It's just a different culture of basketball player these days, and that doesn't lend itself to a competitive all-star game, period.
Well, and as this text says, I said it yesterday, and I agree with this text 100%. These NBA players are going to kill the goose that lays the golden egg if they don't watch it. Look, I mean, we'll hear Steve Sarkisian say it a million times. The thing, football coaches or coaches fight against is entitlement, right? Mm-hmm. The guys in this year's Texas team have done nothing, right? You can't just show up and have the Texas uniform and think you're last year's team, right? That won the Big 12 championship and played in the college football playoff. You got to earn that. These guys, the interest in the game in the NBA and these all-star games and just their salaries themselves were created by Kobe Bryant and the players before them.
Yep.
That's what led to the interest. That's what led to the big TV contract. That's what leads to these beautiful arenas. And if you don't treat the fans right, with respect, they're going away. They just are. And you can't be that entitled that you don't have to put on a show. That you don't have to show up and play on a night when a guy buys the tickets for his one game of the year that he's going to take his kids to, and I'm going to take some load management off. Yeah. This stuff accumulates, Rod.
It does.
To where the fans are just like, okay, look, if you don't care, I'll tune in June for the NBA Finals, I guess, but man, that's about it, and that's a problem for the league. I don't know. This is why Adam Silver, I do think, was legitimately frustrated or angry because it's a problem. I mean, the players have to understand this isn't just given.
I agree.
You got to earn the fans. I mean, that's why the NFL's growing. I mean, the fans, you can agree or disagree with going on in the NFL.
But the NFL, the fans trust the product.
Yeah.
They know it's going to be a good product. It'll be competitive.
They show up and ball, man. Yeah. And that's, we see it a little bit in college basketball right now that because of the transitioning and, players leaving early and then transfer portal, you really don't know who the stars are and people don't even really tune in until March. Well, the NBA is going more and more that way to where – all right, if you're going to, Adam Silver's trying to force these guys to play regular season games to a number.
The in-season tournaments.
It's like, come on, man.
That's why they put in an in-season tournament. They want these guys to compete, hopefully, for an in-season championship, and that's just another way to try to incentivize competition. But I agree. I mean, I think it's
over time that will kill the golden goose.
Yeah.
Because the entitlement of the players, like we don't have to do this and we don't have to do that. We've got guaranteed contracts. Well, those can go away. And you'll kill the game for the future players.
I don't disagree with that at all.
And as you talk about the sports ecosystem, Rod, there are a lot of sports out there that are looking for eyeballs, looking for interest that fans can choose to spend their money on. Yeah,
it is a lot more competition now. So I know the All-Star game is crazy that we're having this conversation, but hell, Stephen A. Smith said he thinks they should get rid of it.
Yeah, well, maybe.
So now we're at that point now, and I remember we were at that point about the Pro Bowl, and then I remember the NFL decided. When they agreed, actually, this is a bad product. This is reflecting badly on our brand. We got to get rid of our All-Star game, or we got to tweak it and change it, which they have now. And I wonder if the NBA will come to the same conclusion if the product continues to regress and get worse and worse.
Well, for the NFL, it was just kind of a luxury item anyhow. It was like getting rid of one of your boats.
It was still getting higher ratings than most of the other All-Star games
because the product in the NFL is strong. But right now, I think the All-Star game problems are indicative of the other problems in the league.
It's a microcosm and it's a symptom of larger issues.
Yes, which Adam Silver's trying to deal with.
Yeah.
And again, the game's never been more popular globally. The game of basketball has never been played more than it is right now around the world.
Well, your best players and MVPs are international players.
Right. So it's just how you market it. And again, the TV show of the NFL dominates all, so you can't even compare it to it. But you do have to foresee, issues coming. I think the NBA is trying to deal with them, but the players have to get on board with this. I mean, the Adam Silver can only beg them so much to.
Well, he did. That's why he begged LeBron, I need you to embrace his in-season tournament. So it's not considered a laughing stock, and so the young players don't mock it, and so they actually want it. They consider it to be something that they need to not only prioritize, but it's a goal of theirs to win the in-season tournament. And then there's a rite of passage that's passed down, and we saw this. We know that it works because if LeBron James had participated in the dunk contest at any point, the dunk contest wouldn't be what it is today either.
Yeah,
It's not a rite of passage, which it once was when MJ and Dr. J and Kobe, all the best players who decided, all right, part of my journey to be the GOAT will be through the dunk contest. I'll win that, then I'll go. You know what I mean? There'll be an individual.
I think you're right.
It was one point that, and it's not that anymore. And I'm blaming LeBron strictly for it, but LeBron could have helped that.
No, for sure. To keep it to
give it the cachet,
the elevation,
the
that
cool
it takes.
element. Yeah.
Well, and I also say this. I mean, when you talk about resumes, how many times a player was an MVP in an All-Star game was a big deal. Like, because to Kobe's point.
Yeah, it used to be.
Well, if you show up with the best in the best pickup game in the world and you're the MVP, that's a big deal.
Used to be.
Because I outshined all these dudes.
Yeah.
Dame Lillard wins the MVP, and that's an honor he has.
And he won the 3-point competition, too. Actually, the first one since Michael Jordan to win a competition and the MVP of the game.
Yeah.
So,
all right, good stuff. We'll take your thoughts on it, and obviously we'll flip back to some football because today is the day that franchise tags. This is the 3 o'clock this afternoon is the window for NFL teams to assign franchise transition tags beginning today through March 5th. So we'll talk about some of those numbers. Odds for Texas basketball last night, Rod. Again, it wasn't super pretty. I mean, the first half of last night's game, you almost wanted your money back if you were at the Moody Center. The two teams combined to go 20 for 62 from the floor. They 20 of their 62 shots. They were 3 of 22 from three-point land. I mean, it was a brick fest for 20 minutes.
Yep.
Second half was a little better. But in the end, you know what? We said this earlier. This is how K-State plays. K-State holds Big 12 opponents to the lowest field goal percentage. Jerome Tang knows he doesn't have a very dynamic offensive team. So muck it up and make it ugly. And they drug Texas into their kind of game, and Texas won it. And they won it largely because of Dylan DeSue.
I think mainly because of Dylan DeSue. Filled up the stat sheet, 20 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, had 3 steals, had a block. I mean, he's going to be a first team all Big 12 selection. He's their identity right now. And that's actually not it is a good thing because Dylan DeSue can handle it right now, and he's been consistent all year long. But they need to establish an identity and a brand of basketball. And right now, it just seems like just like in this game, they allow the terms to be dictated to them and the tempo of the games to be dictated. They react to other teams' style and brand of play because they don't really have their own. And credit to Dylan DeSue, he's so damn good at every level, right? On both ends of the floor, he can score in a myriad of different ways. Last night was from the free throw line. He was 10 of 11 from the free throw line. So he is really malleable in his game and what he can offer. But they need better play from their backcourt. They need a better start from their backcourt. Their backcourt really in the last 2 games actually has kind of put them in a hole with their slow starts. Tyrese Hunter and Max Abmas, and shout out to Max Abmas, what he did. I mean, being the 12th player to score 3,000 points, and I believe he was, one of 3 players that you point out to also have 500 assists with that. I mean, he's a great player, and congrats to him. But the slow start, they started 1 of 7. He and Tyrese Hunter, they looked like their legs were a little bit worn out. Those slow starts are killing Texas, and the guard play right now is killing Texas.
Well, that's right. I mean, there was a stretch here, when they put in that 6 games against ranked opponents and went 4-2, and you thought, okay, they're 3-3. There's an opportunity. If this team does look like they're ascending, they're figuring out how to integrate Dylan DeSue into what they're doing, make him their lead character, and then play off of him. But the guard play, you're right, has just the last 2 games has seemingly collapsed.
Yep.
And now is that just because you're playing Houston in their backcourt and K-State in this long, athletic defensive backcourt? Because the last 2 games, Tyrese Hunter and Max Abmas have been flat out bad.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been. I mean, they got overwhelmed and outclassed in a bad way against Houston on Saturday, and Jamal Shedd and L.J. Cryer just ate them alive. And as we said yesterday, you can't lose the backcourt battle that badly. I mean, you can get outplayed, but you can't lose it that bad. Man. That's not going to work. And last night, we were expecting a bounce back game, and they combined to go 6 for 20. They combined for 16 or 17 total points in this game. That if they're going to be any factor, those guys have to be better because if you get those 2 going. Because as I've said, consistently, you know what you're getting from Dylan DeSue, and you know what you're getting from Kendall Weaver. And I guess you could even say Dylan Mitchell.
I was going to say Dylan Mitchell's
the second leading rebounder in the Big 12 right now.
Dylan Mitchell's been pretty good.
He's going to frustrate you with some turnovers. He's going to miss some shots that he shouldn't be taking.
He's going to bring energy, though, on both ends.
So those three things are consistent. Really, what is inconsistent is what you get from the bench and what you get from those two guards. When those two guards, or at least one of them, are cooking, you got a chance to be a pretty good basketball team. When you don't, man, it's a struggle, and that's why the fact that you won that game last night with those two guys having both sub 10-point games, that you just take that victory and get ready for Kansas this weekend.
Yeah, Dylan Mitchell, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks. You're right. He's a spark. He really is. He's a spark and athletic too on both ends of the floor. So I like what you said about Kendall Weaver too. Yeah, you're right. Those are probably your 3 most consistent pieces that'll show up every night. We know DeSue is. You need the backcourt to help you offensively provide some balance.
And they are undersized, and they can get overwhelmed by bigger backcourts, which is in the case the last 2 games. But you got to commit. And I think they competed last night more than they did against Houston. I thought in Houston they kind of gave in to that physicality in that Houston team. But that's not the first team that they've done that to. Let me just say that about that game. That game was awesome last night. I was much more interested in keeping an eye on that game because that was number 6 against number 3. That was for the first place spot in the Big 12.
Yeah.
And Houston came out, as usual, in that building at the Fertitta Center. Were on fire, took a big lead. I thought Iowa State was going to come back and win that game. That's a good team. That Iowa State team is going to be a problem for people come March. They can really play. But, again, Jamal Shedd is a guy that can not only be up for Big 12 Player of the Year, he can be up for National Player of the Year, the kid from Manor. He was awesome last night. He kind of wills his team. Kelvin Sampson says he's like an extension of the coaching staff on the floor and just makes big shots. And with L.J. Cryer, with his quick shot and his ability to fill it up from the outside next to him, and their interior size and their attention to defense, Houston's a national championship contender. They really are.
Yeah, because they have an identity and a style of play, a brand of basketball. Everybody knows what it is. You know what it is going in. They're going to be physical at the rim. They're really skilled in the backcourt. They play ferocious defense. So they have a style and a brand, and I think that identity helps them night in and night out.
It does. I mean,
you have to match their intensity.
Well, they absolutely major in defense, and it'll wear you out.
Yeah, if you don't match it, you get overwhelmed by it like Texas did.
Every player is committed to it when they're on the floor, and it really begins and ends with Jamal Shedd. I mean, he is such a catalyst for that team, and that was fun. That was a fun game to watch, and Houston gets the win. They're now sitting at 10-3. They're the first team to 10 wins in the Big 12 this year, and those
impressive.
And remember, they're 10-3, and their 3 losses. They lost their first 2 road games in the Big 12, but they haven't. Now they've kind of. I think Kelvin Sampson got okay, guys. This isn't the American Athletic Conference anymore. We got to bring it.
Yeah,
got to bring it on the road too.
Every night.
Their only other loss is at Kansas. A couple Saturdays ago. So good stuff in the Big 12. Longhorns will be at Kansas. Longhorn women with 6 straight wins. We mentioned Vic Schaefer. Man, what a job he's done since that loss to Oklahoma. They've reeled off. Remember when he was so angry at his team and he apologized to the fans and he said this is not acceptable at the University of Texas. They've reeled off 6 straight wins and they got a chance to host Texas Tech tomorrow night. So we'll talk more about that. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Got some thoughts. I read something yesterday I want to ask you about, Rod, from a tweet from Mike Golick Jr. Mike Golick Jr. with some interesting thoughts about the Longhorns and their upcoming football season. We'll get into that. Plus, we'll be at the turn coming next, halfway through our 5-hour Tuesday conversation. All right, folks, last time Viking Fence, every single fence project you have, whether it's a commercial or residential for your home or business, Viking is the call every single time. They do it all. And in every division at Viking Fence, I tell you about that quality control division that they have. They oversee all of it. I mean, they're the ones making sure that the quality, the workmanship, the customer service is on point. That's really what Viking is all about, and they have been since 1972. And having met with Viking Fence many, many times, I mean, this is the foundation in which they're built on, is that quality control division. They're local. You're going to be dealing with great people who love their job and love helping you with your fence projects, and that's why they've been trusted in the great state since 1972. They're 5 decades plus in now, and just the experience that they bring to the table every single time. The ownership of your project, right? Isn't that what you want when you're doing something? You want someone to treat the project like it's your own. That's what they do at Viking Fence every time. They bring over 300 years of combined erector and crew experience. So you're working with experienced folks, great people who've done many fences. They're going to do it right the first time, every time at Viking Fence. 837-6411 is their phone number. It's 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com. Get that website. They can get a quote there for you. Finance your project. See that idea gallery and just get this thing going at vikingfence.com. When you think fence in the ATX, there is one name. It's a Viking Fence. It is At the Turn. We're halfway through our Tuesday conversation. It feels like a Monday because of President's Day yesterday. 9 holes out, 9 to go. I'm brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Man, this weather, this spring-like weather we're going to have this week. Get over to Callahan's. Talk to them about the yard situation, Rod. You know what's coming. Spring will be here. You'll have those weeds you're going to be dealing with, and your yards come back to life. Time to get it going and energize it with our friends at Callahan's General Store. Not just the products you need, but the people to help you do it properly every single time at Callahan's General Store. They'll guide you to make sure your yard is looking golf course ready year-round at Callahan's General Store. And, the golf, we talked yesterday, Rod, that it was it's kind of a dud of a weekend. It was supposed to be a centerpiece event with the Genesis Invitational out of LA's Los Angeles' Riviera Country Club. And it was star-studded, but it didn't. It kind of fell apart because Tiger Woods got sick, had to withdraw with flu-like symptoms on Friday. Then Jordan Spieth got disqualified because of a scorecard error, and apparently he was dealing with the
bubble guts.
The bubble guts, and came off of 18 after a double bogey and had to run to the bathroom, immediately, get me to the locker room, or I'm not going to make it to the scorecard room. And then when he came back to the scorecard, kind of in hurried fashion, he signed a wrong scorecard, which of course led to the fair debate of is that really a rule? Do we really have to have that a rule? Everything's electronic now. I mean, it's all posted. I mean, we know what his score was. He wasn't really trying to cheat.
It's a digital age. Come on,
it's a digital age. We could do better. But so Jordan Spieth didn't play into the weekend. Scotty Scheffler still can't putt. And in the end, it was Hideki Matsuyama winning the event. Fair to say for the PGA Tour is the ongoing controversy with LIV and the LIV Tour. So far, Rod, they've played 7 events. And the shortest odds to win an event was this past weekend with Matsuyama at 60-1. It's been a bunch of long shots winning their events. Almost, I mean, the average and when you tee off the odds to win the event, the average so far is 200-1.
Wow.
I mean, you've had Nick Dunlap and Wyndham Clark and Grayson Murray and Chris Kirk all winning these events, and now Matsuyama, the big names are not winning the events. And I know a lot of the big names are now playing on the LIV Tour, but even the ones that are left, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, Jordan Spieth, they're not winning these events. It's kind of some lesser-named guys, which isn't good. So the West Coast swing is over. They're done in California. They're headed to Mexico this weekend for the Mexico Open, and then it'll be into Florida for the Florida swing into March. So looking for some big names to start winning some of these golf tournaments, Rod.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man. That's it's a shame though about Scotty Scheffler.
Oh my gosh.
It's just it feels like a curse. It feels like he's cursed to be that elite in every aspect of his game except putting.
Well, and to me, this was the biggest fear because he did go to work on it this offseason, and the fact that he did that, changed his putter, got a new coach, and he's come back and it's even worse potentially.
How the
now
heck?
you're kind of spiraling.
Well, now it's yips.
Yeah,
now it's all mental. It's all mental, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not. That's crazy that he's that bad at putting. I cannot believe that it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, we said this yesterday, but the 8 misses from inside of 10 feet, 8. You had 8 misses. One was 2 feet 6 inches. He missed. He had a putt that was 3.5 feet. He 3-putt bogeyed it.
That's jabroni stuff.
Well, actually, it was a 9-foot putt that turned into a 3-putt bogey.
Yeah, that's what Rod B does if I'm out there.
Yes, and
I'm terrible.
And it's really, really frustrating for Scotty. So, and it's just, I don't know. He's a mental coach.
I was saying, I wonder.
I'm sure he has him.
Well, he has a sports psychologist. Yeah, he's big time like that. He's number one golfer in the world, right? So he's got all those people around him helping him, and it ain't improving his putting. That's amazing. I feel bad actually for him. Because I think psychologically for athletes, once you get into that kind of funk, you can kind of become your own worst enemy.
100%, especially in something as delicate as putting.
Yeah, you become your own worst enemy now. And, yeah, I mean,
you've seen it. You're a professional athlete. I mean, it's when you lose confidence.
Well, it happened to me, too. I mean, I'm not Scotty Scheffler. But I had great hands in high school. I swear I did. I had Mac Brown would always say I played wide receiver in high school. There's video of me making one-handed Odell Beckham like catches.
Come on, man.
Against Texas City, a really good team. I was really good. And I got to Texas. I had a few plays where I had drops instead of PBUs. And then it became like a thing that Robbie has bad hands. And I would acknowledge it. And Mac Brown would always say, don't do it. Don't be self-deprecating about that. He said, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You keep saying you have bad hands and you're joking about it. He said, but subconsciously it's working against you.
Yeah.
And he would always say that. He'd be like, don't joke about it. He'd be like, nobody catches the ball on my side of the field, not even me. And he'd be like, yeah, it's funny, but he said you're actually, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and as an athlete, it's a negative one, and you shouldn't plant that seed.
It is
impressive in your subconscious, and that's kind of what's going on with Scotty Scheffler.
100%.
It had nothing to do with his skill. My bad hands had nothing to do with my skill level. It was psychological.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I think it is credit to his mental toughness that it hadn't affected the other parts of his game. I mean, because he still bombs it, and it's got to be the talk of the locker room because everyone knows if he could get it in shape, he'd be winning all these tournaments.
It's the talk of everybody.
He'd be winning all these tournaments.
Every trainer, every sports psychologist he sees, everybody wants to talk about his putting, or they want to kind of dilly-dally around it.
Yeah.
And be delicate with
because literally, if he were putting average, he'd be winning these tournaments.
He'd be on a record-setting pace,
He'd probably
right?
have 3 wins already, maybe 4.
You talking about he'd be like on record-setting paces.
Yeah. It's ridiculous based on everything else. All right, there's the lap the turn halfway through our 5-hour show every single morning, brought to you by Callahan's General Store.
All right, a couple of articles I want to get to, and also a couple of nuggets about the upcoming draftees that the Longhorns have coming out in the NFL draft. So I want to talk about this tweet I saw from Jim Nagy first. Jim Nagy is one of the basic director of the Senior Bowl is what he is. He's the executive director of the Senior Bowl, but he's been a long-time scout, so he does a lot of scout. At least he used to do a lot of scouting work, so he's got an evaluation eye. And this is what he tweeted out about T'Vondre Sweat. And apparently he's been big on T'Vondre Sweat from his performance there at the Reese Senior Bowl. He said, quick Senior Bowl wrap to show, he's talking about wrapping up like his evaluations, to show why Texas nose tackle T'Vondre Sweat shouldn't get out of the first round. He said, interior D linemen with rare size and overwhelming power simply don't grow on trees. And he's showing a clip of T'Vondre Sweat. Remember that Arkansas offensive lineman Bo Leamer that he basically drove back and ended up pancaking that dude. He's showing that clip. And he says everyone knows one-on-one drills are moneymakers. During Senior Bowl week, T'Vondre Sweat showed he's more than just a two-down run stuffer. Guys who are 6'4", 365 usually aren't this quick, nimble, and nifty. Dudes like T'Vondre Sweat don't go on trees. And he said if your favorite NFL team's defense needs an immovable anchor, then you want Texas T'Vondre Sweat. Nobody in this year's draft has Sweat's tools and upside. If you think he slips to day 2, remember who the league is paying big money to in free agency these days. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you guys that if you look at the highest paid defensive players from last year, right, top 16, 8 of them are interior defensive linemen. If you look at the top 12 highest paid defenders last season in guaranteed money, half of them are interior defensive linemen. They're paying more than ever for interior defensive linemen, especially the kind that can be force run defenders on first and second down, and that can become a high-level pass rusher on predictable passing downs and on third down. T'Vondre Sweat does project to be that kind of player. Also, if you go look at the modern NFL, just a little football theory, I've been telling you guys this for a while, more and more teams are playing 2 high shell coverages, which means they're playing 2 deep safeties. Numbers basically in football, all right? It's a numbers game in its most rudimentary form. You can't play 2 deep safeties and load the box. You have to play with a light box if you're going to play with those 2 deep safeties. More and more teams are playing with 2 deep safeties to defend the pass with numbers, which means you need a defensive lineman that can either demand a double team to flip the numbers advantage in your favor, or you need a defensive lineman that's so massive and so gargantuan in size that essentially they take up more than one gap, which T'Vondre Sweat does. So I'm telling you, T'Vondre Sweat is one of those guys whose draft stock is definitely going to increase. I don't know what he's going to weigh in at. If he weighs in at something like 370 something at the combine, yeah, then he's going to drop in the draft. But if he can come in at anywhere in the 350 range, and some even want him lighter than that just to show that he can shed those kind of pounds, keep the power. His playing weight's going to be 360. When he gets to the league and he plays, he's going to be at 360. That's his playing weight. We're talking about performance weight, and that's a different weight at the combine and when at pro day. So they want to see him lighter for that. But I'm telling you, just the situational circumstance of the way that football is currently being played and the way that defenses are being and game plans are being constructed, that guy's in a position to make a ton of money.
Yeah.
And not with just the first contract of the draft, but his second contract when he's proven himself to be a force run defender and equally a valuable pass rusher.
Well, and
keep that in mind.
As we tie it back to the Texans, I mean, the Texans and the Cowboys are sitting there at 23 and 24.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Both teams could. I mean, D'Amico Ryans will be pounding the table for defensive linemen. I mean, he's got Will Anderson last year as his pass rusher, but he needs to stuff the run better. And who better than this guy? I mean, you got to be good on the interior, as you just talked about. And then, we talked about Byron Murphy potentially to Houston. I think Houston and Dallas are both. I mean, Dallas fans are going to be like, what is, we took Mozzie Smith last year. Well, it'll tell you what they think of Mozzie Smith if they were to go D-tackle again. Because
I can see him doing it in the second round.
Yeah.
If T'Vondre Sweat drops, but basically Jim Nagy's telling you T'Vondre Sweat ain't going to be there.
He ain't going
to be there.
Because they're hard to find.
Second round. Exactly.
You cannot coach the size and the quick feet that he's got, the power, natural power, which is impressive. I like Jim Nagy a lot. I'm trying to get him on the show. He's really a good conversation.
He really
knows
is.
so much.
And I got to tell you, just based on my observations, I think A.D. Mitchell's going to be in a first rounder. Just the way I know it, wide receiver is a deep position. It is every year. I think it's the deepest position in football at any level. I've been saying that for the last 5 or 6 years. But if you go look at it right now, I think he when he runs a 40, which I think will be for him. Some people are saying he's going to run 4.4.
Wow.
If he runs 4.4 of any kind, he's guaranteed to be in the first round. And I'm hearing more and more that that's his range. That he is a 4.4 guy. And if he runs a 4.4 with his film, showing that body control, showing his catch rate, his ability to contort his body in different ways, and his precision route running ability, I'm starting to become more and more confident A.D. Mitchell will indeed be a first-round pick. And if that's the case, guys, you're talking about potentially 3 Longhorns in the first round. Because Byron Murphy, based on every mock I've seen, and I'm a mock slut. I'll pay attention to any mock. I haven't seen a mock where he's not in the first round. So Byron Murphy's a first-round pick. if Jim Nagy's saying that Devondre Sweat is going to end up trending toward the back of the first round too, just because of how unique the combination of size and quickness and run stuffing, pass rushing ability that he has. And I just broke down why D tackle is so important. Then that's 2, and I think A.D. Mitchell could make 3. So they could have as many as 3 picks in the first round if this offseason and the combine go as well as expected for all those guys. And all of them, in my opinion, will increase their draft stock in the at the combine. And there's talk. I've seen a few mock drafts that got JT Sanders.
Yeah.
Because Brock Bowers is going to go so early.
Yep, top 10.
Yeah, exactly. He'll go top 5, top 10. And that if you want a tight end, there's a precipitous drop-off between the first and second, actually between first and second, but then also between second and then the third best tight end in this draft. If you want a tight end, you may have to trade up and go get JT Sanders. So I'm just saying right now it's trending toward being 2 to 4 potential Longhorns drafted in the first round if everything goes right.
Be a big number, and you'd have 2 rising juniors and JT Sanders and Byron Murphy, and of course Devondre Sweat, super senior, and
3-star guy that came out.
3-star, and A.D. Mitchell, who came to Texas from Georgia to get into a higher octane passing offense to showcase his ability, and all would have paid off for sure. And I'm looking at a mock draft from Yahoo Sports right here, Rod, that has the Houston Texans at 23 taking Byron Murphy, defensive lineman, Texas. The Cowboys the next pick, Amarius Mims, the massive offensive tackle out of Georgia, and I don't think that would be a bad pick at all, by the way.
They need O-line help. It won't be a sexy draft, Cowboys, because you'll probably be taking O-line.
Meat and potatoes.
In 2 of your first 3 picks, but you might get a running back in there too, which that's kind of sexy.
I wanted to read this to you, Rod. Mike Golick Jr., of course, the son of Mike Golick. They both played at Notre Dame. He was interesting tweet yesterday. He says, watching Caleb Williams versus Arizona. So he's doing his draft scouting of Caleb Williams. And it says, watching Caleb Williams versus Arizona was reminded how much that Wildcats defense kicked ass. Went up to look where their defensive coordinator ended up going and saw the rich got richer. And he's got the graph of Johnny Nansen, now the co-DC here at Texas. He then followed that up with even more Anthony Hill Jr. pass rush reps. Upon this rock, Texas will build their church.
Yeah.
Interesting.
See that? Yeah.
Watching Johnny Nansen's defense get after Caleb Williams.
Yeah. Moving that guy around.
Yeah. Movable piece.
And remember they're bringing in Trey Moore, so they'll have an established edge rusher with Trey Moore coming in from UTSA. Colin Simmons will be in, so they'll have a prodigy at edge to be a pass rusher. Don't forget about Ethan Burke, who ended the year really, really good. I mean, he was one of your better kind of natural pass rushers. I think Ethan Burke could take a huge leap this year. And then there's Barron Sorrell. So you won't have the strength of your defense be the interior, the guts of that D-line like it was the last 2 years. But the truth is your edges should be way more fortified, and they should be way more impactful. And they should be making a lot more splash plays and creating a lot more pressure than you have in recent years from the edges. Last year it was coming from the interior. This year it should come from the edges, collapsing that pocket, and hopefully that leads to more splash plays on the back end. Those are the 2 things that got you beat this year. Lack of pressure, lack of coverage. This year, those should be strengths. Coverage and pressure, just the pressure should be coming from the edges as opposed to the interior.
Yeah, I do like the idea of Anthony Hill becoming just a weapon. I mean, just, solidify it everywhere else. And that guy go get quarterbacks. And we saw him when he just as a baby. This year as a freshman have impactful plays. The Alabama game, impact. I mean, I think he can, I like the way that's put. I like the way you just said it. I mean, this team, should be solid in a lot of places on defense. And that can be a difference maker right there.
Yeah.
Because he's just a different beast.
Yeah, and you should be able to move him around. Now, the ability to move him around will come from confidence that you have another linebacker that can also stabilize that linebacking core.
100%.
And so that's going to be big this spring. Who steps up as another linebacker?
Johnny Nansen's coaching them linebackers.
Yeah. You got Benda in there as a young linebacker, but you got a lot of those other guys. Leon LaFaule's a guy they really like at linebacker. So that if they want to move him around, you better find a stabilizing force at that other off-ball linebacker spot.
We'll come back. When we do, we'll go off the record a little bit. Stories you've probably missed but need to hear. It's a fun segment for the end of the 9 o'clock hour. Also, Rod will have another rant of the day coming up in our next hour. It's rolling on. Hook 'em up on a Tuesday.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Usually if you're sitting in traffic, you're probably in a bad mood, unless you're in traffic in a car that you really love. You're in a car that you enjoy. It'll make your traffic experience a lot more enjoyable. And usually that's something you don't really connect, right? Enjoyable and in traffic, but it may happen. And if you want a brand new car, you want to enjoy that new car smell, if you want a brand new lease, you need to reach out to my friends at Apple Leasing. Right, they can help you out. They can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. They've been doing business here in Austin for almost 4 decades because they do it the right way, taking care of their customers, making sure you get the most bang for your buck. They know that time is money, and they're in the business of saving you both. They're going to save you time, save you money, and find you tremendous value. They understand right now that it seems like everything's overpriced, especially in the car industry. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. That's the value my friends at Apple Leasing can find for you. They have what they call a simple interest easy lease because, well, they want to make the process simple and easy for you. That's why they call it a simple interest easy lease. And that's what they're all about, folks. They understand navigating the car market, trying to find that right car for you and your family, for your lifestyle, for your budget, that it can be time consuming. It can be stressful. It can be a hassle. It can be a headache. They want to take the headaches and the stress out of that process for you. All you got to do is reach out to Apple Leasing. You give them the exact specifications of what you want. You give them what kind of car you want, a sedan, you want a truck, you want an SUV, you want a certain color, the price point. You let them know exactly what you're willing to pay. You let them exactly what your budget is. You give them all the details, and then they will do all the hard work. That's the beautiful thing about the Apple Leasing business model. And trust me, folks, all you get to enjoy is that brand new car smell. They get all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they pass those savings on to you, the customer. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 512-346-9977, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what did suck last night. The ending of the Incarnate Word Texas A&M Commerce game, Rod.
Man, a brawl.
Remember earlier in the year, Rodney Terry made headlines when he got upset with what was it, Central Florida players doing the horns down in the layup line.
Thought it was disrespectful.
Well, you were disrespectful, and one of my thoughts was that can lead to issues. People are. Because horns down is kind of like flipping somebody off, and then right after a loss. And I think Rodney he didn't like the horns down, but he also didn't like the scene because it can lead to.
Hey, BY punched somebody in the face once for doing horns down at a strip club. So.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he got in trouble for that. Punched a dude in the face.
Yeah, well,
got a lot of street cred. Don't do horns down in front of BY. He takes it seriously.
Well, you're doing a handshake line, and somebody just won, somebody just lost. You just played a 40-minute basketball game. Well, apparently down in San Antonio at Incarnate Word, they lost. The home team lost, and I'm going to play you. This is not Craig Way on the call, but this is the Incarnate Word radio broadcast of a really ugly brawl that broke out in the handshake line after the game. Commerce won it 76-70 or 72. Here's how it sounded from the radio broadcast.
And oh no, this is not good. This is really not good. We've got punches being thrown. This is really bad. Oh my goodness.
Really bad.
Full team fight. Coaches in the middle of it. Wouldn't be surprised. Someone got a nick on the face there.
A what?
Nick on the face?
This
what?
is not what you want to see after.
What?
That close of
It
a
has
game.
been a great game. We've got everything going on right now.
Well, tell us what's going on.
Everything going on.
We still have guys running after people.
Where's Kevin Harlan when you need him?
Seriously.
Oh my.
Someone in the crowd was hurt and hit.
All right,
Okay,
so
there you go.
somebody in the crowd. At least
Somebody got nicked in the face. We know that.
Somebody in the crowd got hit.
There
So
you
this
go.
was really ugly. Not to make light of a bad situation because
Oh,
there'll
no.
be suspensions and maybe some like kick off the team kind of things going on here. But how do you stay so calm? Wouldn't you be a little bit excited?
Too calm.
I know. It's like there's a big old brawl going on right in
Bro,
front of you.
Come on, man. Give me some of that emotion. I need you to that emotion
Oh my
to
gosh.
translate.
Oh my
to
gosh,
the,
you hit
to
him in the
the
face. You hit him in the
Yeah.
face.
This is your chance to go viral, and now everybody's like, "Man, this is a boring fight."
Do y'all
No,
think
man.
that this is one of those where like the commentators are at one of the ESPN little facilities not on site, so maybe they didn't?
No,
get
this
the,
was Incarnate Word. This is Incarnate Word College. I'm assuming.
You know how they do a lot of games like that.
Yeah,
though?
they do. They do them remotely. You're right. It's a good point. I didn't think about that, Ty. That could be a possibility. I didn't think about that because, yeah, you're right. Maybe that's why they weren't emotionally involved in it. But either way, they missed their chance to go viral. That would have been a great call. It was a melee, man. It was bedlam. Good, man. That could have been really cool, but it wasn't. It was kind of lame.
Pretty lame, but the fight was for real. It was
like 90 seconds of
full team
them
fight.
Yeah, everybody was on the floor. Coaches trying to break it up. There were punches being thrown. They just did not do a good job of describing the visual. They didn't get it to us. Yeah.
You guys ever been in a big bar brawl like that or street brawl?
I've been in a bar fight. Yeah,
I've
I've been in a
not.
big bar fight
Yes.
before.
That's
Yeah.
scary.
It is scary. I was in there with like O linemen and D linemen too. But wow, it was like human beings were like flying, like being thrown. It was crazy. It was on a bar downtown too. I'm like, that's all I'll say. But it was some of the greatest O linemen and D linemen in Texas football history.
Throwing people
on my side, so I was okay. I was like, I don't know what the hell the rest of y'all thinking. Y'all are stupid. Why would you want to fight them dudes? Human beings were being thrown.
Was this Roadhouse?
It was. I'm serious. I remember people being thrown over my head. Like, what the hell was that?
That's
It was
awesome.
wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we escaped.
Well, this happened in a basketball game. All right, good stuff. You were on the right team.
I was on the right team. I wasn't worried. I was worried about the other group. I was like, man, that other group gonna be in trouble. I hate to see them injuries. Whew.
Yeah, good stuff right there. We'll be back. Rod will have another rant in the 9 o'clock hour. Talk more Texas hoops, the big win last night. Also, some other issues of a Tuesday. Took them over the Rod Big. 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Yes, we all love Austin. What's not to love? Well, the traffic, of course. That's the one thing we don't love. But everything else about this city is great. The weather's fantastic. The people are great. Also, I love all the iconic landmarks around town. They make Austin so unique. And what you may not know is that many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. And the folks at Ironworkers Local 482 don't just go to the office. They're the ones who actually build the office. So if you're looking for an exciting employment opportunity, maybe you're thinking about a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. Maximize your potential today and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Good conversations this morning for sure. Longhorn basketball, not the prettiest win, but a win indeed. They hold on to beat Iowa State thanks in large measure to their defense and to one Dylan DeSue. The double D man was bringing it last night, 20 points. He hit 4 big free throws down the stretch. You love to have a big man that can. There's a very rare thing, Rod, to have a big guy that his size who can score at 3 levels. He can score from three-point land. He can score in the mid-range. He can score at the bucket.
Yep.
He can also score at the free throw line. He knocked down 10 of 11 foul shots last night, which were critical.
So skilled, man.
His game is so unorthodox.
Yeah.
He's not the smoothest player.
He's skilled as hell, though.
But, man, is he skilled.
Yeah.
And he's just getting better. And you can get these guards playing, but
if not for Dylan DeSue playing at an all-conference level this year, I don't know where Texas basketball would be. Because at times, their identity, he is their identity.
Well,
it just kind of boils down to him.
Remember, they played the early season without him, and that's when they got smoked by UConn early in the year, the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah.
And they got beat by Marquette early in the season. They didn't have him, and you saw what happened.
Yep. Yeah. No, really, they don't really have he's their go-to guy.
Yeah, he is.
They need a bucket. He's the bucket.
He is the bucket. Now, their leading scorer is Max Asmus, but he's been off and taken out of the game the last couple games, so they need to get him going again.
Well, and there's a way to take Max Asmus away.
Yeah, he's not very big.
Yeah, you've got length and you got a pretty good perimeter defenders. You can neutralize him. I haven't seen a team be able to effectively take DeSue away.
No, because he can score at every level.
Yeah, he can score in so many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, So fortunate to win last night, though, because the backcourt didn't play great, and only 9 turnovers, which is good. That's been a huge problem for Texas.
When they forced, 13 of them?
Yeah, they did force. And
13 turnovers.
also last night, Houston beat Iowa State in a big game. That was a number 3 versus number 6 in the country matchup, and it lived up to it. It was a really good game. And, man, the Stars are coming out down in Houston to check out this Cougar team. This Cougar team is taking –
C.J. Stroud's a regular now.
Yeah, he is. Well, Tank Dell's his buddy, and he's a U of H guy.
That's probably what it is. You're right.
The city's really adopting that team because they play a vicious brand of basketball. Jamal Shed is a tremendous player. It was fun to see last night. That was a packed house, and that Fertitta Center is rocking these days.
Yeah,
that was back when I was growing up. That was Hoffine's Pavilion, Rod. We used to go down to.
Well, now they got a sugar daddy, so.
Now they got a Fertitta.
Yeah, Fertitta's the sugar daddy, so he wants that stuff named after him. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You want to play? Hey, you want to get into the Big 12? You want to get to a Power 5 conference? You need some sugar daddies, and they got one.
Yeah. And the question was, how would the Cougars react to the Big 12? They've been fine. They sit atop the conference at 10-3.
Yeah.
It wasn't thought that they were just going to melt or something when they play a Big 12 competition, but they've come in and they're the cream of the crop. I mean, they've come in and been the best team in the conference.
Yeah, and Brady Yormark's, I think his goal to make the Big 12 the premier college basketball conference is actually coming to fruition. So good for him. Because it's going to get better, too.
Yeah, I think so.
In the future, right? Or even when Texas and Oklahoma leave, I mean, the additions they're getting from the Pac-12 will continue to make them the premier basketball conference.
We know this afternoon is also the franchise deadline window opening. Today's starting at 3 o'clock. Teams can put a franchise tag or a transition tag on their potential free agents. They can only use that tag for one player per off season, and that led us to a conversation about, there's some really compelling storylines coming out of Tampa, coming out of Minnesota, with the Vikings and Kirk Cousins. Obviously in Tampa, the report from Rick Stroud of the Tampa Tribune is that they're going to use their franchise tag on Antoine Winfield. They're all pro safety, which
means Mike Evans
is
likely to hit free agency.
And Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, the Baker Mayfield thing, I think they should re-sign him to a short-term deal. But I think Baker may be asking for a lot. Considering what they believe his value is, they probably look at him as a bridge quarterback. He's probably asking for some franchise quarterback money.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I ain't mad at him because he's coming off his best season ever. They won a playoff game with him. So, yes, Baker should be asking for that kind of money. I don't know if they're willing to pay that kind of money for what they consider to be a bridge quarterback, especially if they're losing Mike Evans. And then that's where I think things may come to a head.
Yeah, we'll see. Are they ready to move? Because you either have to invest in the guy or he's going to have a market on the market. I mean, in the market.
There's no doubt. I mean, if you're Atlanta, if you're Pittsburgh, they're like New England. There are like 3 or 4 teams right now. If you're not going to get one of those elite quarterbacks in the draft, better to get a bridge quarterback now. Can bridge you to the next quarterback evaluation for the next season, and then maybe you can look at getting a higher draft pick there. But Baker's winning games. So let's think about Baker. You're bringing Baker in to compete because, man, the guy just won a playoff game.
Well, look, he was the first pick of the draft. We know that. And he won the Heisman Trophy. And things went south in Cleveland. But he also led Cleveland to a playoff win way back when he was still a rising player. And it kind of fell apart there. The Odell Beckham feud and his own immaturity, I think, cost him there. But he's give Sean McVay a lot of credit with the Rams, kind of resurrecting his career, and now he himself this past year was really good, and he seems like a more mature player, and he's still only 27, 28 years old.
He's pretty young, man.
So there's an opportunity, to play some, and as you said, make some pretty big money. The more teams bidding. Is it fair to say the most compelling quarterback storylines of the NFL offseason will be Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, because the reports are right now that Justin Fields, and I know this is, social media stuff, but it matters these days. He has unfollowed the Bears on Instagram, and he has started to follow the skilled players from the Atlanta Falcons, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Drake London. You may think that doesn't mean anything, but as you pointed out, he's from Georgia, right? He's from Georgia.
State of Georgia, yeah.
And there's
great high school player in the state. Originally went to Georgia.
Yeah, and you're right about that. Yeah, I forgot all about that. And think about it, guys. At one point, the Bears got to make a decision. All right? Are they going to reinvest in Justin Fields and think about trading that number 1 overall pick, or are they going to just draft Caleb Williams, and that's going to be the quarterback of the future? It's more likely that they're going to draft Caleb Williams and let him be their quarterback of the future. Then what do you do with Justin Fields? You got to trade him. And more trade partners you can have bidding for Justin Fields, the better, because the value will
drives
go
up the price.
So I think Atlanta should be in the conversation for Justin Fields. I think the Pittsburgh, all the teams that we just named for Baker Mayfield, should also be thinking about Justin Fields. Potentially.
Kirk Cousins too, and that's the question in Minneapolis and Minnesota, what they're going to be able to do with Kirk Cousins. They don't want to guarantee another contract. He's 35. He's coming off an Achilles injury, so we'll see. I mean, there's going to be some big storylines. It won't because when the combine opens next Thursday, Rod, is when a lot of these conversations will be had, right?
Yes.
I mean, that goes the 29th through March 5th, and March 5th is the deadline to put a tag on a player. So essentially right now, this window that opens today is negotiation time. Can we get a deal done and avoid having to use the franchise tag?
That's exactly right.
And, we'll see. I mean, last year we saw this in New York with the Giants, right, where they put the franchise tag, or they signed Daniel Jones, and then had to figure something out with Saquon Barkley. Now Saquon Barkley could be a free agent this
He could be, yeah.
Because they put the tag on Barkley. There were a lot of people in that Giants locker room that were not very happy that they didn't take care of Saquon Barkley, and then they put the tag on him and they signed Daniel Jones. Because in hindsight, Rod, I know it's expensive to franchise tag a quarterback, but it's only a 1-year commitment. Because now you're stuck with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, but that number, if you're making top 5 money at any position at a quarterback, that's a lot of money for a guy where you're not sure about what the future is. There's some positions that actually make a lot of sense if you're going to franchise tag. Running back is one of those positions, right? You franchise tag a running back, you don't want a long-term commitment for a running back. You want to rent a running back, not buy one. And that's what the franchise tag allows you, is to rent that running back, unless he's going to sign a mercenary deal, which would be a 1 to 2 year deal, which you could get for Saquon Barkley. But I think likely, I'd franchise a running back. Quarterback, different discussion altogether, just because of the price tag.
Also, there's Russell Wilson out there, Rod. Any interest in Russell Wilson?
Well, the interest is who's going to play quarterback behind Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people are throwing out Russell Wilson as a name.
Oh, those two together?
Potentially.
On the same team?
You need
to kill each other.
You need a viable option behind Aaron Rodgers.
You're right about that.
Because there's a good chance he could get hurt again, and if he does, you need a quarterback you can bring in right behind him that's a proven commodity.
Yeah, but will there be a starting opportunity for Russell Wilson too somewhere? Becomes the question.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know about that.
Yeah, we'll see. And Sean Payton, I saw an interview with him from the Super Bowl. He said, "Look, we really haven't even discussed it. I haven't watched any of these college kids. We'll start this process. When we get back to." He said this at the Super Bowl, but we'll start this process when we get back.
Yep.
After the Super Bowl, we'll dive in. That's what the scouts are doing, all year round, is putting the board together, compiling their scouting reports, and he actually alluded to the fact there still could be a chance to bring Russell Wilson back, which most people, the fact they benched him at the end of the year.
He's not bringing him.
No, I don't think so. But he's going to say that, but we'll see. There's another quarterback that's going to be in this conversation in the offseason. And the other big one would be the Cowboys and the extension for Dak Prescott. I mean, they've got to
get
find that deal done to lock Dak Prescott up coming off his best season.
Yeah, they got to lower the cap number. Period. That just so they can start working
or
on the Micah deal and the CD deal. And they got some guys that they got to pay.
Hey, by the way, we just heard, before we go to your rant, Rod, we just heard some great the terrible audio of a bad scene last night in San Antonio at that Incarnate Word game.
Yep.
In the Southland Conference. You had some other audio you wanted to bring our way. Another call?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, this is a WNBA call. I'm not even sure. Okay, so, yeah, apparently this is from a WNBA game. And this is a college game. I take that back, right? This is
LSU Vanderbilt.
This is LSU Vanderbilt. I thought it was WNBA. No, it's LSU Vanderbilt. And LSU is up in the game. And I don't know why the announcer decided that they wanted to be this candid with their remarks, but the announcer, the broadcaster of the game, has gone viral because of her comments in this clip. Here it is.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Wow.
Did she just say that?
Yes, she did.
On television?
They were up 51-37, and that was her comment as to her
how to
motivate the opposing. I don't know who that was. I have no idea who that was.
Can we hear that one more time? And obviously, this is a little bit PG-13, but the kids are in school by now.
Oh, man.
Give this to me. This is her saying what she would say if she were the coach.
If she were the coach of Vanderbilt.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ballgame. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Wow.
That's one of my new favorites.
I don't know how you justify that. I guess you could motivate him then. I guess that's how you motivate him.
Now we're giggling, but let's also play the sports radio factor of this. What if a guy had said that?
No, a man can't say that. No, a man can't say that. I'm sure there are other things, other terms you could use as a dude that are virtually equivalent and maybe just as disrespectful. But that was surprising that she dropped that while broadcasting a game. These broadcasters get way too comfortable these days, man.
I mean,
way too comfortable.
I say B.
It was crazy. What is going on?
What is going on?
Wow. I cannot believe that. I can't believe that. Now, did she get reprimanded for that?
I don't even know who that is. She must work for the SEC network or whatever network that was on. Is that? I don't know.
Yeah. See, my man. Okay, so my man Matt Butler says sounds like Carolyn Peck though. Could be.
All right, give it to him one more time.
Could be.
One more time.
He said she's done WNBA games. That's why I thought it was WNBA because I think it sounds like a WNBA broadcaster or announcer. Oh man.
All right, this will be our last time to play this, but let's go one more time so we can see who this lady is.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ball game. Stay excited. Stay enthusiastic. Pull your team through. I don't care if the officials are telling you to sit down.
Oh man, bringing the passion.
Wow. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know. I don't know who that is and if she got in trouble for that. But that's one of the wildest
We'll probably
clips
in trouble
I've
for playing it
ever
3
heard.
times.
That's one of the wildest clips I've ever heard.
I love it. And
Wow.
She got her point across. I know what she was meaning.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think we all do. I say, yeah. What? I mean, what? Oh man. Oh, okay. She's claiming she said bench.
What? She's saying she said bench?
That's what some people say. That it was bench.
I ain't what she said, Rod. I heard it.
Oh, she said she was saying bench. I don't think so. I say, why would? I guess she's talking to the bench, like the bench needs to step up. The bench of ladies.
Okay.
So I say bench. Is that?
Well, now we might have to hear it again to see if she did say that. All right, Rod, Ty, one more time. We'll probably get fired.
Did you say bench?
Well, let's see if she said bench. If she's saying she said, because at the end of the game they're getting blown out.
Oh my God!
So that would actually make sense that the reserves are in, but stay in this game. Let me hear it one more time.
Bench, yeah.
Larry, give it to me.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ball game. Stay excited. Stay.
Okay, hold on. I could see that if that's her accent, she said bench.
Bench. I could actually.
As a coach, I say, bench, stay in this ball game. Stay excited. Stay.
See, it's kind of like
I can see it.
I can see that, and that makes sense to the context of what she's talking about.
That's what they're saying online is that she said she's claiming it was bench, and they are saying that it was Carolyn Peck.
Okay, there we go.
Oh man!
And I will say that back in the day,
where's she from then with that kind of accent?
That's okay. So
she was born in Jefferson City, Tennessee.
Oh,
so she could
Smoky
be
Mountains.
Yeah, it could be a country accent. Bench,
like Dolly Parton.
Bench,
the bench. It's like back in the day, the previous radio station.
Oh man,
we know the Longhorn legend quarterback James Brown used to do a commercial for Dex. And he used to talk about how he loved his dick. I love my new deck. But it didn't sound like deck, Rod.
It didn't sound like deck. You need to enunciate the deck.
He was really happy with his big
brand new deck.
Huh?
You said fast. Yeah. Wow. I say bench.
That's funny.
Oh, now we can play it all morning, man. I hope she did say bench because it's even funnier now. Because now I can listen to it and not feel bad about it. Oh man, it's one of the great. We played 2 of the greatest audio clips of the year already today. The Jameis Winston
bench, please,
and bench. I say bench. I love that clip because now it does make sense. She's talking to the bench. She's like, "Hey, girl, stay motivated. Let's go out there, let's represent. Let's get us back in this game." I say bench.
That is funny.
That was hilarious.
Let's
play that again.
We will play the Jameis Winston sound one more time because he's trying to tell us why his man Mike Evans is a different cat. Different cat because he's different. All right, let's get Rod's second rant of a Tuesday morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh, man. Bench. That's great. That's classic right there. That's good. All right, let's get to some Cowboys news, notes, and nuggets. Good news for the Cowboys. Actually, really good news for the Cowboys fans out there. Jimmy Johnson was on a local radio station in Miami, the Joe Rose show on WQAM, and he revealed something that, well, at least Cowboys fans did not know about, and he revealed that he is now in close contact and actually having conversations with Jerry Jones about the future of the Dallas Cowboys. Here is Jimmy Johnson on with Joe Rose in WQAM.
Well, since the Ring of Honor, Jerry and I, man, I'm on his advisory board now. We're talking on the phone. I talked to him about an hour after his Green Bay loss, and he's talking about what all he needed to do because he's had big decisions on Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn and Dak Prescott. But everything's hunky-dory now. So I'm back in the fold with the Cowboys.
Well, I thought that's a beautiful thing. Jimmy Johnson back in the fold with the Cowboys, talking to Jerry Jones after losses. He claims he's on the advisory board. I don't know if he's joking about that or not. But either way, Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones having communication again is a great thing. And I'm glad Jimmy Johnson now is able to even advise the Dallas Cowboys. At least they can reach out to him about advice on different things. They may have to reach out to him on how to mend the relationship between DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons, potentially, if indeed the reports and rumors are true that there's some angst going on the defensive side of the ball for the Cowboys. But I think it is good news. And maybe, I think it's a growth for Jerry Jones too. This was not a headline. This was not some publicity stunt. Jerry Jones didn't even mention it, that him and Jimmy Johnson are close again and talking ball once again. That was just Jimmy Johnson, acknowledging that on a local radio show. So props to Jerry Jones. I mean, once again, cultivating that relationship, but also now, not doing it for headlines and not doing it for pub or not doing it to make the Cowboys, the focus of the story. He just did it, I'm assuming, to get better informed opinions from a true football guy like Jimmy Johnson. So good on Jerry Jones.
Or he learned 30 years later that he should have never gotten rid of Jimmy Johnson in the first place.
Too late for that now.
Yeah, too late for that.
Yeah.
But, he's 81 now. He wants the Super Bowl. So we'll see. Now, the question is advisory board just kind of his jokingly way of saying, crack staff, or he's calling.
Or is there an actual advisory board?
Does he have an advisory board?
I would love to know that. I would love to know that, actually, if he does. I know the Dallas media will follow up. And then I want to know who's on the advisory board that Jerry Jones has, because he probably should have one.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't wrong with that.
Well, I mean,
great.
Nothing wrong with having a sounding board for Jerry. Because Jerry, one of the arguments with the Jones family is that they're way too insular. They keep everything in house. They don't seek outside opinions all that often. And that would be good. Now he's kind of inside the circle because he's in the Ring of Honor, but at the same time he's an outside voice that can maybe shed some. Here's what I'm seeing, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, you just respect the opinion of
exactly
Jimmy
right.
Johnson, and whether you want to heed his advice or not, I think it's just better to have more and more information, more and more knowledge about the game. So I'm glad that Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson have an open line of communication, advisory board or not, whatever it is. Let's talk about communication or lack thereof between teammates on the Dallas Cowboys. So there could be some drama unfolding with the Cowboys. And shout out to my man Ty who pulled this clip. Now we played this clip at one point after the Cowboys lost to Green Bay. So we played it in the last 2 weeks or so. But we were paying attention to the comments that DeMarcus Lawrence made about fatigue being a factor in their loss to the Green Bay Packers and how absurd that was. And we continue to think that's an absurd reason, to a justification as to why the Cowboys didn't show up and were blown out in that game against Green Bay. But a second part of that audio clip, there are some now interpreting DeMarcus Lawrence's analysis of that matchup as criticism of his teammate Micah Parsons. We'll see, and we can break it down here, but here is DeMarcus Lawrence talking about the Cowboys' loss to Green Bay, and some Cowboys fans diving deep into this analysis and saying maybe he was taking a shot at one Micah Parsons. Here it is.
All honesty, I think the main thing is we was burned out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast. And
what about adjustments?
Yeah, adjustments, man. Feel like we went in the locker room.
Cut it off. Thank you, Ty. So that part where he talks about they ran away from me and they rolled the pocket toward Micah, there are some people extracting that and saying, hey, that was a shot at Micah, because he talked about how they ran away from him, which means they ran right at Micah, which is the truth. We talked about this too, right? That's how you turn Micah Parsons into a liability rather than a strength, rather than being one of the best defensive players in the league, which he is as a pass rusher. As a run stuffer, he's average to below average, so just make him a force run defender, which he's not comfortable with being, and he hasn't improved that part of his game yet to a elite all-pro level. So that is true, but did DeMarcus Lawrence have to throw that out there? And here's the cut of Micah Parsons responding to DeMarcus Lawrence's comments about them being fatigued and his thoughts when he was asked by Stephen A. Smith about it.
Hold on one sec.
Sorry about that. And some people believe this is, once again, Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence taking shots at one another.
I got it. Here we go.
Lawrence came off First Take Super Bowl week. The show on ESPN every week. They won today in 12. He comes on the show and he said, guys might have been a little tired. He said, because so much is expected of us. Every game is like somebody's Super Bowl. So we go through stuff that most teams don't go through. And I think that guys were a little bit fatigued. When you heard he said that, what were your thoughts?
Don't get me wrong. Yes, I agree that teams play us like the Super Bowl. We are the Dallas Cowboys. But in the end, that's not a good enough reason or excuse to say that publicly. If you said it to someone else, you know what I'm saying? Like one-on-one, you know what I'm saying? Cameras off, sure, be my guest. But when I feel like once that regular season ends and they get in a playoff, you're supposed to get rejuvenated. Like, this is a whole new me, whole new you. Like, we need to get ready. And that's part of that culture stuff where I was talking about, where I want to dive into the players that we got to change. Like, it should never, you should never go into a game like I'm tired, like I'm ready to go home. Because that's exactly what's going to happen, and it did happen. I'm coming to the game every week like, man, I got 4 more weeks left. I don't know what y'all got, but I got 4 more weeks left. Like, that's part of the culture and identity that I just feel like we're missing. Like, that's just something like I don't agree with at all. Like, regular season, all right, yeah, I'm tired, like I'm wore out. But as soon as playoffs hit, knowing how limited and how hard it is to win in playoff game, I would never say I'm tired or I feel fatigued, because that's my job to not feel that way.
So a lot of people, obviously, I don't know if that even needs to be analyzed. Yeah, he's obviously disagreeing with his teammate and taking a shot at the comments of one DeMarcus Lawrence. You could argue, or you could, debate whether, one side is right, one side is wrong. The truth is we probably shouldn't even be privy to this conversation and dispute among Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. If it is indeed some beef that they have, we probably should know about it, but that's why the Cowboys are the number one TV star on the number one TV show in America, is because they love drama like TNT, and we all get to witness it. Family drama, team drama,
well, that's the
coaching drama, whatever it is. That's the Cowboys.
Well, look,
That's
I mean,
the culture.
this is my concern for the Cowboys. I know they've won, the Division II of the last 3 years, back-to-back 12-win seasons, and it feels like they're close. But it also feels to me that they have some big holes to fill this offseason. They got really nice pieces in key places, without a doubt, but they need to fix their. They got a Tyron Smith problem with his free agency. They've got Tyler Biotish. They don't have a running back. They don't have linebackers. They don't stuff the run up front. I mean, so they got issues in core places. How do you solve them all? And if you do have rifts forming in your locker room, Rod,
seems that
you have a head coach who's on a lame duck deal. Who's going to come in and kick some ass and make sure those guys get back on the same page? That would be a concern. Now, they're both professionals. They're both great players with DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons, but they're the leaders of your defense. And there's almost like a fight for who's going to be the leader of the defense.
Seems that, yeah. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So we'll see. Hey, coming back, good stuff in Rod's Rants. You get 2 every morning. We'll also have some Who Said That for the end of the hour. But coming up, we will let you know what Jameis Winston said, because he had some interesting comments. Also, we'll let you hear from Kelvin Sampson talking about his point guard Jamal Shedd from Maynard, Texas, and how integral he is to the success of the number 3 ranked team in the country and the first place team in the Big 12. We'll get all that coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Dr. Greg Eckert, folks, and his opportunity to get you a smile in a day. That's right, brand new smile in one day. And Dr. Eckert, man, you want to talk about experience in this industry, dental industry, oral hygiene. He's been doing it 30 years. And his team, and he right there on Far West, right in North Central Austin, great location. They are the dental professionals you want to seek out every single time. They make it their goal to provide the best possible dental services to each and every patient, including myself, Rod Babers, so many folks here from the Horn and all over Austin. He is Austin's dentist, and he should be yours. And when I say smile in a day, that's the ability, like I did, to restore my smile. When I started going to see Dr. Eckert, he informed me, I'm in my 40s at the time. He says, you're a grinder, a teeth grinder at night. When you sleep, you're grinding your teeth. And of course, over the course of 4 decades plus, I was wearing my teeth down, chipping my teeth, and he immediately fitted me for a mouth guard that I wear at night when I sleep, so I no longer grind, but the damage had been done. So we set out on a course to restore my smile and bring it back to its full, size, and get everything fixed there in the top and the bottom of my smile. And man, what a change it's been for me. Fantastic. And when I finally got on track to doing it, it took 1 day. Right, we did all the fittings and whatnot, but when it was time to go in and change and fix my actual smile, it took 1 afternoon. Took a little sedation and some nitrous. Went to sleep and woke up with the smile that I absolutely love and will love the rest of my life. And you can do it too, whether it's like you do with me, like I did with the restoration, or you can go in and do a permanently secure dental implant procedure where you get a whole new smile. But it happens in 1 day with the permanently secure dental implants. And Dr. Greg Eckert, talk to him about smile in a day and how you can get there at 512-345-3166. It's on your course and your timeline, but let Dr. Eckert be the key there at 512-345-3166 with Dr. Greg Eckert. Remember, it's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
All right. She said bench. She said bench.
She said bench?
Bench? Bench, please.
Bench? She said it with authority.
She did.
And
So
that's
she's not going to
why-
be in trouble.
No, she's all right.
She said bench in a Tennessee accent. All right.
Yeah.
All right, some fun conversations this morning on this Tuesday, talking plenty of NFL, Cowboys conversation there. Also hoops with the Longhorns getting the win last night. Also, I want to play this for you, Rod. Houston got the win. They beat Iowa State in the marquee game of the night. That was number 3 against number 6. Iowa State's been playing some really good basketball.
Oh yeah, they got a good bitch.
They do. They got and they got a good point guard. They got a really good point guard. They play great defense and a good coach too. But Kelvin Sampson's got his coach on the floor, and Jamal Shed, the point guard, the veteran from Manor, 20 of his 26 in the second half when they had to have him. Listen to Kelvin Sampson went on with Scott Van Pelt on SportsCenter after the win, and listen to Kelvin Sampson talking about his leader, his point guard, Jamal Shed.
I hear a lot of people talk about who the best point guard is. I never hear him mention Jamal Shed. I would highly encourage him to watch him play at least once so you can get a feel for how good he is. I wouldn't trade Jamal Shed for any point guard in America. I think we have the best point guard. He's a winner. He's been in this program for 4 years. He's what we stand for. He has a tremendous mother and father. He's going to graduate in May, 3.84 grade point average, awesome. Second semester. He's just one of those kids you want your kid to grow up to be like. So he's a winner. I mean,
there you go, Jamal Shed.
Wow.
I think he's on course to be the Big 12's Player of the Year. I mean, got a good chance to do it if he can continue to lead the Cougars, who sit atop the Big 12 conference. They're the first Big 12 team to 10 wins, or 10-3. Remember, they had 2 early losses, so they've really cranked this thing up down at Houston, and that home court environment they have at the Fertitta Center is the real deal to beat Iowa State last night. All right, so there's Kelvin Sampson. Rodney Terry and his Longhorns get the win. We'll hear from one of the heroes for the Longhorns coming up. But I wanted to play this Jameis Winston audio, Rod, because we played it a couple times. Every time we learn something new, and we just love our man Jameis Winston. He's a character.
He's unintentionally the funniest human in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and if he's doing it on purpose, he's really talented. But I just think he's
maybe he's right. Maybe he's like maybe that's his bit. Maybe that is his shtick. He's like it's supposed to be unintentional, but it actually maybe he's doing it. Maybe it's a master plan.
Yeah, you decide here. So this is Jameis Winston. He's on the Pardon My Take podcast talking about his guy Mike Evans. And he talks about Texas receivers and receivers from Texas.
That's where he starts.
That's where he starts. But here's Jameis Winston. See if you can kind of follow along and meander your way through what he's talking about with his former teammate.
So I think Texas receivers, I feel like they're different, but Mike is different. Mike is from Galveston. I always tell this to people, and this is something that me and my trainer talk about a lot. If you are born around water, you have a different way of life. You function differently, and I just feel like you function differently because water has no soul. You know, it doesn't discriminate against anybody. You get in that water, it's gonna take you wherever it goes. Yeah. So I feel like people that are around water, they are very strong-willed. They're one with water. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Mike is from Galveston. If you've been to Galveston, Galveston is known for, I don't know what they're known for because I'm not from there, but I know they have a beach. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a pretty beach.
No, they're known for oil. There's it's some of the dirtiest sand in America.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But it's not a pretty beach. So Mike is from that muck.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It might be oil muck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still muck. So he's a little different. I don't classify him as like the regular Texas receivers. But CeeDee Lamb is a Texas receiver. I know he had a dominating year.
Just randomly is the CeeDee Lamb, and he had a dominating year.
Things just pop in his head, and he kind of interrupts himself almost.
He does. He does. Like his stream of consciousness, it's just like it gets interrupted all the time. It is. I gotta tell you, he did. When he said water, he got deep on me at one point when he said water has no soul. And I was like, that's actually pretty deep, man.
Yeah.
That's deep. He's like, water has no soul. And it's something about people who are born around water. They flow with the water. And that's the Bruce Lee quote. I don't know if he was trying to, I don't know if he was trying to conjure up Bruce Lee's great quote. But remember Bruce Lee's all-time great quote is, Be like water, right? Making its way through cracks. Do not be assertive. Adjust to the object, and you shall find a way around or through it. If nothing within you stays rigid, outward things will disclose themselves. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless like water. If you put water in a cup, it becomes a cup. You put water in a bottle, it becomes a bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be like water, my friend. That was deep. That's what it made me think about. So I'm not saying he was going there, but that's what he made. That's what he provoked in me.
Yeah.
When I heard his quote about water.
And of
Mike,
course,
Mike Evans around water.
People grew up around water. That's so good.
It is so good.
I'm down with it.
He might be right about that, too,
I'm a
though.
fan. There's not a market for Jameis Winston, is there, in the free agent
There
backup?
was a backup. Somebody will bring him in.
Maybe the Jets behind Aaron Rodgers. They could talk. How about those two talking?
They could use some comic relief, too. Jets could use a little comic relief in their lives. And Jameis would get, you imagine him with the New York media?
Oh.
They would fall in love with that dude. He's just going to give you quote after quote about all types of stuff. But I will say, I think he is on to something about them Galveston people, though. And you got into this, too, about the island people. They are tough. Like, I remember Galveston ball athletes. They were tough mofos, man. Casey Hampton is a Galveston ball athlete. There is something about,
it's a tough
the way
town.
they grew up. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a tough town. Yeah, it's an ugly beach town.
Well, because a lot of people that live in Galveston, their folks will work there in the refineries.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Up along the
ship,
Texas coast, ship channel,
that
kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's deep Beast, Texas, right? It's down there, southeast Texas.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jameis Winston. I just remember when he was winning Heisman trophies at Florida State, but getting in trouble for stealing crab legs.
I know.
At the Publix.
And he was such he was such a deplorable, like, disgusting figure at Florida State.
Yes.
And now he's almost been, I would say, he's been able to reinvent himself, because rarely do you bring up his, the really deplorable acts.
Yes.
There at Florida State. Now we talk about him just being an unintentional comedian or comic at the NFL level.
Well, remember when we went to the Publix and stole the crab legs?
Oh, yeah.
And then he just said he forgot to pay for them?
Yeah. And then he
because he got him back at the counter.
That one ended up. It was like it was a benefit that he was getting. He was just trying to cover, or at least that's the way I understood it. Is that like he wasn't really stealing them. He was getting them for free from an employee there, and
he got caught.
He got caught, and instead of being like I was getting an illegal benefit, NCAA wise, it was
crab legs.
I stole them, because most of the stuff he did at Florida State, like if you really look back at it, it was more just childish than ill intent kind of stuff on the table.
Grab him by the whatever and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
right, didn't he stand up?
Yes,
on like
yes, and then after he was suspended for that for a game, and he suited up.
He had some more serious allegations about him and sexual misconduct, and even when he first got to the NFL, remember there was some allegations of that.
But when he got suspended for standing up in the library and saying whatever he did say, he suited up for the game he was suspended for. Like Jimbo Fisher wasn't going to notice, and Jimbo literally had to tell him to go in the locker room and take off his pads. Like he thought he could just play.
Yes, yeah,
Hey, can I play this?
Very eclectic dude.
Can I play this for you guys? Speaking of eclectic dudes, we mentioned this earlier in our What the Facts, but it turns out that Dez Bryant, the former Dallas Cowboy, has become a avid sports bettor in his post-football life, and over the weekend he hit a massive 13-leg parlay on college basketball. He had 13 different games on the money line, hit them all, and made over almost $500,000 on a $700 bet. Actually, he won $416,900 at a Nevada sports book on a $700 bet. Think about that, Rod. You do a 13-leg parlay, but you put $700 on it. I mean, the odds of a 13-leg parlay hitting, and he's
amazing.
$700. This is audio that he tweeted out. This is there's not a lot of words here, but this is the lady counting out his dollars, cashing in at the casino. Here we go. There you go. Just counting out those $100 bills.
Is this real?
It's real.
That's love. That is love. That's love.
Wow.
$416,900.
13-leg parlay?
Thank
I
you.
just don't even know. I mean, there's no limit on the amount of parlays you can add, right? You can do as many as you want.
I don't believe so. Yeah,
legs.
Well, the more you add, the more you win if you hit them. But the more you add, the harder the bet gets because you got to hit all 13. Because if you don't bet and if you go 12-1 on that parlay, you don't win a thing.
Don't win a damn
you lose
thing.
$700.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah. So
what's the? It pays more than just making individual bets.
Oh yeah, the odds go through the. That's why a $700 bet makes you $416,000.
Okay.
Because everything compounds. So yes, I mean that's a big win for Dez. The question is how much has he lost making bets like that becomes my first question. But gamblers, the life of a gambler, you gotta bet big to win big. Ty, how much do you think he probably lost if he's making $700 bets on 13 leg parlays?
I mean, I'd just probably say in the last year he's probably up a few $100,000 based off hitting that. And I know
that'll make up for a lot.
This is not new. I follow him on Instagram. He puts probably like $25,000 to $50,000 on every Cowboys game.
Wow.
Woo, Dez.
So he bets with his heart, and when it comes to that, but I think he found a guy or something because some of these bets he's placing, I would. It's not even on my radar. So
he's got a source who's in the know that he leans on. I like it.
Something like that.
I kind of like that, but Dez doing.
I know that there's this. I don't know him personally, but I know of a guy that he gets people's accounts or whatever to bet, and he has. I think he said like 85 accounts or people that he bets for that just hand over their information to him and let him take over from there.
Damn.
And he's almost always profitable.
Well, good. Well,
I need it.
That's what most people should do.
That's what
I know. It's almost like finding a money guy at that point. But I don't know. Some people take this very seriously. Not me, but it's a real industry.
Well, if you betting with other people money, you better be taking it seriously. Then you're a real pro.
Dude, you better be careful.
Probably just take what did you do? Just take a percentage, I'm imagining, of
the
wins?
Yeah. And he pays out like part of the losses too. So it's not like it's completely on you, but it's insane. This stuff goes deep.
It is go deep.
If you get on a cold streak, you end up in the river.
Exactly. I'm not messing around with that.
Yeah, you betting for the wrong people. You damn right you will be. Woo. They don't like to lose.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, we'll come back. There's some good audio there. We'll play some Who Said That, Rod. Try to guess who said what around the sports landscape. Also into our fabulous fifth hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Oh, it is time for WST. Who said that, Rod?
Who said that?
Who said it? Rod, who said this? I think you'll get this one. This is two different people, but it happened after a big win last night. Who said the following?
I think it's something I appreciate, more when I finish playing. But, super grateful for it. But the important thing, was that team win tonight. A game that we needed, protect the home court. So build off this and continue to get better.
3,000 points is pretty cool. I don't know too many. I don't know anyone personally that has scored 3,000 points. So that's a cool, really big milestone. He doesn't. He acts like he's not, happy about it. But I'm sure, he's probably happy about it, as anyone should be.
Right there, you go.
Was that two different people?
Yeah.
Okay. So was one Max Asmus?
Max Asmus was first, and then it was the other star of last night's game.
Is it Dylan Dessou?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Dylan Dessou. Talking about how he probably, he's I don't know anybody's got 3,000 points.
I don't know.
500 assists.
That's a hell of an accomplishment, and it really is.
That is.
That's a great accomplishment. All right, Ty, I sent you a couple of clips. We can dial any of them up and play Who Said That?
Moguće kad se ga pitalo, možda ti on igrate jednog dana u istom timu, šta misliš?
To ne znam, moguće. Ja ne znam, ja nemam baš neku želju da napušam da sviđa mi se tamo dobra organizacija. Jedino ako Luka hoće, ako si Luka.
Okay, my bad. I thought that was in English. That was not in English.
That was awesome.
The subtitles were in English, but the clip was not in English.
Who was that?
It was Nikola Jokic. They know they need the whole damn thing in another language. I thought it's crazy because the subtitles.
That was awesome.
Yeah. So
that you're pulling a wise one on me.
No, I wasn't. I was not trying to do.
I thought you said bench.
Yeah. I thought it was in English because the subtitles were in English, but I guess not. So I apologize.
All right,
that was Nikola Jokic.
This one is in English.
Wow.
Well, you want to say what he said? He basically said if Luka ever gets pissed off with the Mavericks, that he should come to Denver and play with Jokic.
No, yeah, it was. Yeah, no, I love the clip. I thought it was actually a good talking point, but yeah, I screwed it up. So
it's all right. So he said if Luka gets frustrated in Dallas, he'd come to Denver. Is that right?
Oh, yes. Imagine those two on a team. That would be.
Oh man,
I would hate that to be anywhere but Dallas, but I would love to watch that.
Yeah, he was kind of saying it jokingly, but I think that was a real part of him that really would love to play with Luka. I mean, when him and Luka see each other, like at an All-Star game and stuff, they have a different bond and connection than every other player in the NBA seems to have. So there you go. My bad.
All right, let me play this for you, Rod. It'll be in English, and you'll know who it is, but it's pretty darn funny. Here we go.
What's your best recruiting story you have during that phase of your life?
My Clemson visit, I went absolutely ham at. Bless them for even hosting me that weekend. I mean, they probably thought I was the biggest idiot of all times, which was true. At that time, I sure was. I actually commit to the University of Arizona. And here's the kicker. I get a voicemail, in my messages. So I must have gave out my number a couple times that night. I don't remember. I was having too good of a time. I was drinking all the water that they got down there in Clemson. It's great water. And I listened to it, and it's some girl that goes to the University of Clemson, and it's like, hey Rob, I saw you committed to the University of Arizona. I'm going to tell you this right now. You absolutely f***ed your decision up. We were all waiting for you down here, in Clemson. Well, you have a good life. We're going to miss you so much. But let me tell you once again, you f***ed up. Bye-bye. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, what a voicemail. I was listening. I was showing it to all my friends. I'm like, look at this voicemail. Listen to it. And we thought it was the greatest thing at that time. That's for sure. I was in high school. I was like 18 years old. It was the coolest voicemail I ever got in my life.
That is cool. That's that Gronk.
Gronk, yeah.
I mean, Arizona. He went to Arizona State, right?
Arizona Wildcats.
He went to Wildcats. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. Arizona's known for having some good-looking women.
Oh yeah.
Arizona State's known for having better-looking women.
I'd argue with that. I think Arizona State's more of a party school. Both of them are, but the women at Arizona are a little bit better from my studies.
Yeah.
Your studies.
Yeah, they both. I mean, they're both known for having really hot.
Well, I do know having
like
if
really
you
hot
ever
girls.
If you ever go to Scottsdale and go down out Scottsdale Road, Rod, that's
Yeah.
where all the bars and restaurants are. It's a pretty good scene.
Yeah. No, I had friends that went to Arizona State and Arizona, and they both brag about the ladies. The female population is pretty impressive.
A lot of those Southern California girls go to both those schools.
That's right.
There you go. That makes sense. All right, Ty, I sent you a couple other clips. Hopefully they're in English and we can play Who Said That?
Yeah, I think we responded well. Another huge thing we talked about today in our meetings is we win on Sundays. You either sweep, you survive, or you win the series, right? The 3 S's. So it was real important for us to come out after a tough loss last night and just jump on them early. I felt like we did a good job, all day of just competing. So we came out with the win. It was good.
Who said that?
I don't know.
That was Jarrett Thomas. Jarrett Thomas of the Texas baseball team, talking about their after their bounce back win on Sunday.
I like that player a lot. I mentioned, he's kind of under the radar, but I think he has a chance to be one of the best players in the Big 12. He's going to stay in that leadoff role. He is such a good athlete, and he's such a good bat-to-ball player. He's going to be fun to watch this year for them in his sophomore year. Kind of got through that freshman year and really came on as the season went, and now he's going to be a catalyst for them. Score a lot of runs, I would imagine, this year.
No doubt. Everybody's excited about Texas baseball. Okay. I sent you a couple other clips, Ty. I guess you can pull those up if E doesn't have anything, and we can play.
By the way, Texas plays tonight. Get out to the Yeti Yard and Dish Falk Field. They're playing Houston Christian this evening. Texas State, good luck to the Bobcats. They're playing at TCU tonight. Of course, TCU, the preseason pick to win the Big 12. That should be a fun game.
Texas baseball. Texas baseball is going to have a really sexy stretch coming up here after they get done, right? Because you said they play in that Classic. Is that in Houston?
Yes.
And the Classic and that.
Yeah, this weekend they have Cal Poly.
And after they get done with that.
Then they get done with that. They come home, play the Aggies.
Yeah, that's the start of it.
Then they go to Houston where they're playing LSU on a Friday night, Vanderbilt and Texas State.
That's good.
And then they come back home for a good game. Then they open up conference play against Texas Tech.
Yeah.
In Lubbock. Yeah, it'll be a really good stretch. And I'll say this, I've heard that Friday night game with LSU is dang near a sellout at Minute Maid Park.
I can believe it.
For tickets.
Yeah, because H-Town. A
LSU,
lot of LSU folks in Houston.
LSU, of course, won the national championship last year. Texas will bring a big crowd. That's going to be Minute Maid Park's 40,000 people, so that'll be a fun night down in Houston. Vanderbilt's there too in their power, and Texas State down there in Houston at that College Classic.
All right, maybe pull up one of those other clips, Ty, if you get a chance, and we can finish up. Who said that?
Why do you think people in the media think you're not a good leader? I'm not as charismatic as my peers. I don't have a personality that's fit for TV, and a lot of those stories of what we talk about don't get spoken about in the media. You gotta sell what you're doing as well, and I haven't sold it enough. I don't feel like I need to. I don't feel like I want people to call me a leader, but I also don't want people to say I'm not one either, because they don't see what goes on behind the scenes or what I talk about or my intentions, or the relationships that I built with my teammates and support staff. But when guys like that say that, I just got to chalk it up to them just not being aware, push a narrative for myself, or expose the truth on how great of a leader I am. I don't feel like it's necessary. I just chalk it up to those guys not being aware of who I am.
You're happy. People think they're like, why KD not happy? Why is KD look so miserable?
It's times where I'm unhappy. That's just human nature. We don't play well as a team. I'm not happy. It may not last for a long time, but I'm not happy for a good 4 or 5 hours when I call you after a bad game. Once you accept that we have normal human emotions and reactions, of course my life is good. Of course I can't complain about anything. But in the moment some shit happens, I'm not going to fake I'm not upset about it because I'm living such a great life. No, I want this to work out. And sometimes you being upset.
You can drop it. All right.
By the way, somebody asked on the text line, and that's KD.
That's KD talking about he is a leader. He just doesn't necessarily promote that. There you go.
Here, who are the other two players with 3,000 points, 500 assists outside of Max Abmas? The answer? Antoine Davis from Detroit Mercy and Cadron Clark of St. Peter's and his illustrious career at St. Peter's.
I have no idea who those people are.
That's your list.
That's it.
Abmas, Antoine Davis of Detroit Mercy, Cadron Clark of St. Peter's. That's your list.
That's your list. That's it.
That's your list. By the way, Rod, I looked at the Texas baseball schedule a little closer. The 10-day stretch you're talking about, it's the teams we mentioned. From March 1st through March 10th, Texas will play LSU, a 7-game stretch with LSU, Texas State, Vanderbilt, A&M here, and then 3 games in Lubbock.
Wow. Yeah,
kind of season-defining kind of series stretch there.
Well, their record's going to be coming out of that stretch.
Well, and only one of them is at home. I mean, obviously, 3 are on a neutral site, 3 are in Lubbock, 1 is the Aggie game at Disch Falk Field.
Got to come out 4-3.
4-3, yeah.
Yeah, that's the hope. 4-3. 5-2 would be awesome.
That would be that would be huge. Well, the biggest games are in Lubbock too, because those are conference games. All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Rolls into the fabulous fifth hour.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Certainly does. Shotgun Willie launching the fabulous fifth hour, and we always try to start the fifth hour with some good news. How about this young guy, Rod? 7th grader J.J. Franks.
What do you do?
J.J. Franks at a high school basketball game. They did a halftime challenge. Kid had to make a layup, a free throw, a three-pointer, and a half-court shot in 25 seconds. And he did it for 10 grand. Won 10 grand.
10 G's.
7th grader.
Nice.
J.J. Franks, Bishop Ryan Catholic School in Minot, North Dakota. There's video of it right here.
And you had to go in order?
Yeah, you had to go layup,
free throw,
three-pointer, and then half-court.
Okay.
And obviously the half-court is the biggest of the challenges. And kid drained it.
Man, drained a half court. He gets
man.
one shot at this thing.
Oh, he threw it like a baseball, too.
You got to get it there.
Oh, that is so money. The place goes crazy.
He's got to get it there,
like
man.
this is like halftime. Fans are running onto the court. They stormed the court for the 7th grader.
They should have. Man, getting half court shot. He ain't Steph. That's tough.
That's awesome.
I mean, what are the odds of that? That's what I want to see. What's the odds of you being able to hit all 3 of those? Oh, 4 of those, I mean. That's tough.
First 3, the odds are pretty good if you're a decent, but for a 7th grader?
You think the odds are pretty good? What do you think people's 3-point percentage is? Just a regular jabroni.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're really good on really at the layup, you're easy.
He looks like a pretty good little ball player. He plays some hoop.
Layup and free throw.
Oh, good form on the free throw.
Layup and free throw for a hooper, you got that, all right? You practice those. That's part of your fundamentals. The 3-point shot, even for the good ones, that ain't no guarantee. What are you probably 35, 40% 3-point shooter? And then you go to half court, which gives you what? You're at a 5% chance to make that potentially?
Yeah. $10,000.
Damn.
Invest wisely, young man.
No.
Put that in a.
Well, you got to pay taxes on it first. He'll learn the first lesson. Uncle Sam will be like,
7th grader?
You did good. Now I need. Oh, yeah. Uncle Sam will take money out every damn thing.
Come on, man.
Uncle Sam
put
want his
that
piece.
in the bank. Leave it there.
Uncle Sam going to take a piece of that. You know that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's part of your first lesson, son.
Way to go, JJ.
Yeah, it is. That's amazing.
Nice work by you, young man. North Dakota.
Swag.
How about a high school putting up $10,000?
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
pretty
well, they
good.
probably didn't think he was going to make it.
I know.
Either the chances of him making that half-court shot, or trust me, somebody somewhere was going, "Oh no, I didn't think he was actually going to make it."
That's good stuff, man.
Somebody out there was disappointed. Like, damn it, I had to put up that 10 Gs.
Who was it over the weekend at the? Was it Zalatoris? One of the guys on the PGA Tour hit a hole-in-one over the weekend at the event in Los Angeles, and he and his caddy both won a brand new Genesis.
So every time you hit a hole-in-one in any tournament, you get a prize just associated with the hole-in-one?
Typically, yeah.
Oh, nice.
But you also, right, if you're playing at the club, you got to buy everybody drinks.
No, whoa. I hit the hole-in-one.
Yeah, but yeah.
Why do I have to buy everybody else drinks? Because I hit the hole-in-one? My skill? Why am I should be rewarded for my skill.
Dumb golf
talent. Rule. That is a terrible golf rule.
Yes.
Oh, hell no. That's horrible. This is all around the country and the golf culture. Anywhere you're the only one. You got to buy everybody in your group around.
Well, and the custom would be in some places that like everybody on the course gets a free drink.
Oh hell no. That's crazy. Where's my reward for hitting hole-in-one? Just to brag about it?
Yeah. You got
I guess the reason you buy everybody a drink is so they will acknowledge you got the hole-in-one.
Yeah.
And then you can always brag about your hole-in-one because you be like, remember that time I got you that drink? That's because I hit a hole-in-one. I bought a drink for everybody.
I know someone who...
Because you can't have a hole-in-one if you can't have proof of it, right?
That's exactly right.
That's like, don't even mention it if you did it by yourself.
There are stair steps to it. You can buy your partners go some drinks. But some people... I know a guy here at Onion Creek who hit on a busy Saturday... hit a hole-in-one, and he ended up with like an $800 bar tab.
Damn.
Yeah.
Was he happy about it?
Yeah, he didn't care.
Because the hole-in-one is so exhilarating, it's so thrilling, it's such a once-in-a-lifetime deal that I kind of get it. Because you want basically proof. You want certification that you hit that hole-in-one, and the best way to do that is, hey, man, everybody gets around the drinks.
Making it rain,
I'm
baby.
Making it rain for everybody. Y'all remember I got that hole-in-one? You remember that day I got that hole-in-one?
Now, I will say,
okay.
I talked to that guy, and he's like, I was pretty hammered. I didn't really like that $900 bar bill that I got when the bill came in.
So what's the protocol? Do they come to you and say, you're the only one? Do you want to buy drinks around for everybody?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, nah, just for my people here.
And
just for this group and that group right there, that group right there.
At any club, certainly here at Onion Creek, like on a Saturday, like there's after a tournament,
man, it's packed.
200 people in there.
Yeah, no, man. No, I'm just buying one for my group and then the surrounding groups who saw it. You saw my hole-in-one, you get free drinks.
Yes.
That's my rule. If you saw it, then you can vouch for it so I can brag about it in the future, then you get it. But other than that, nah, we're good on that. Have you ever hit a hole-in-one when nobody was around? Because that would suck. So that sucks, huh? You want somebody around.
Best shot I ever hit, no one was around.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was almost, and it's my screensaver on my phone. It was the number one hole here at the original. It's a par 5. It would have been a 2 out of 5. So it would have been a double eagle.
Oh.
And now it stopped, so it was like a tap in eagle.
Oh,
but it would have been an albatross. But no one would have. No one would have ever believed me.
But you videoed it.
No, I took a picture of it. But anybody can walk up and put a ball right now. No one will believe me.
Damn, yeah, you're right. That's heartbreaking. It's like if a tree makes a sound and nobody's around to hear it, then what happened?
You kind of look around and be like, "Did you see it? Did you see that?" I'd be knocking on doors. Did you guys see that? Come on, man!
Come on, man! Somebody saw that.
Acknowledge it. That was a 2.
Oh, so okay, I gotta get it.
Because a 2 on a 5 is really harder to do
that's amazing.
than a 1 on a 3.
Yeah,
I mean
that's legit.
That's legit. It was a great 7-iron and a downwind, which of course I hit the 7-iron. And this was years ago, and I could still hit the ball a while.
Oh man.
All right.
That's brutal.
Somebody said standard deduction is $12K. He'll get to keep all that money, right? Standard deduction, $12K.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Say, hey, E, it's pronounced Minot, North Dakota. Thank you very much. This says, at my club, you buy the entire membership a drink.
Everybody who's a member at the club? How can you
Damn.
afford that?
Well, you're at a country club.
Well, that doesn't mean that I'm Big Daddy Warbucks over here, man.
Come on, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody how many people are members of the club? 300 people or something?
Here at Onion Creek, there's probably 500 golf members.
Come on, man. A drink for
Yeah.
What? That would be absurd. That's extreme. That's a little extreme. Come on.
Yes.
From everybody out on the course, I kind of get that. I think that's extreme. But, man, every member. So what about the members who aren't even there? They get a free drink when they come in. They get a free coupon?
I guess.
For a free drink for
on
my hole-in-one?
Drink on Rod's hole-in-one on 17.
I see why Rod B is not a member of a country club. I can do that right now because I'd be so upset about these unofficial rules, these unwritten rules and stuff. But I'm not good enough in golf, so I never have to do any of that stuff because I'm so bad. So you wouldn't even worry about it.
Listen, there are
Yes,
there are a lot of unwritten golf rules.
Yeah.
Or actually written golf rules that don't make sense.
There's written ones and a lot of unwritten ones that you let me know too.
Yes.
A lot of unwritten stuff.
Jordan Spieth had signed an inaccurate scorecard because he had the
bubble guts.
The bubble guts. He had the runs going. He had to run to the bathroom. He makes a mistake to kick him out of the tournament.
You're right. Yeah, in an age where we know there are multiple ways to accurately track that score. Digitally, video evidence, and yet still, I'm gonna need you to mark it down here. And if you get it wrong, you out.
And if you
You're
sign
done,
it,
son.
if you sign it,
if you whatever.
Once you sign it, that's the look. That's
so you can always go back and correct it unless you sign it. Then it's final.
That's what you're supposed to do after your round. You
gotcha.
go up into the scorer's room.
I got you.
You double check your scores with what they have in the computer. Everybody reads them off. Then
you sign it.
You sign it.
So you
it's
basically
over.
double, triple check it.
Yeah.
And that's when you sign it. And he didn't double, triple check because he had
he
the bubble
was in
guts.
the bathroom.
He's like, guys, I don't have time for this. There's something more inevitable than this time card here, whatever this scorecard.
Well, it sounded like, as I said yesterday, there was kind of a bug going through. Tiger Woods pulled out with the flu. That happened to Jordan. Remember, Jordan double bogeyed 18 on his way to that, and because I'm assuming he had to go to the bathroom.
He was feeling it.
He's like, dude, I gotta get this is coming.
He's like, I don't give a damn about this bogey right now. I got to go.
I gotta go.
I gotta go.
And then he goes running up the hill. That would have been embarrassing. He almost went Paul Pierce on the 18th hole at Riviera.
I imagine that run was a weird run too.
Yeah,
he was trying to keep everything together.
And then by Sunday, Patrick Cantlay, who had the 5-stroke lead at one point, ended up with like 100-degree temperature, trying to battle through it, and ends up losing. But Matsuyama gets the win. Yeah, something was going around.
Yeah, you're right about
at that course. But yes, you buy holes in one. You buy the drinks.
Was unaware. Learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've never had one. I almost had that would have been a hole out 2 on a 5, which would have been my greatest all-time golf shot. But I've not had a hole in one of these days. My friend Omar Uresti, who I do the tour of Central Texas golf courses with, he had a hole in one when he was like 7 years old.
A hole in one at 7?
Yeah, right here at Onion Creek.
What?
On the original.
And people saw this and people witnessed it?
Yeah.
I have a question for y'all, hole in one related.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I was once golfing with one of my buddies at Barton Creek Country Club, and he hit a terrible shot on a par 3, decided to take a mulligan, and then hit a hole in one on his next shot.
Oh,
we all
that's
were
a
like,
3.
yeah,
That's a par.
we were all like, well, that's not a hole in one, buddy. And he still to this day gets the most upset I've ever seen him when we're like, he'll be like, oh yeah, I hit a hole in one at Barton Creek once. We're like, no, you didn't. That was your second shot.
Par.
Okay,
That's a
I'm glad
par.
you agree with me.
That's brutal. Oh, that's tough.
Because that's the way I'm like, I don't.
It's technically you hit the ball in the hole on one shot, but it's not a hole in one.
Yes.
Because you're a mulligan.
It's a mulligan.
You took the mulligan. Oh, man.
Because that second guy's always the better player. I mean, how many of us have you drop a second ball and you hit it perfectly after the terrible shot on the first one? That's just the way that goes.
Yeah.
And that's the goal of every golfer is to be able to put the pressure aside you and hit that second shot first, and really get into that groove. But man, that's the way that goes. That's golf. That's why it's a 4-letter word. It really is.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good. Yeah, that's not a hole in one. You're right on that. He can get him mad as he wants, but that is not a hole in one.
Oh, that sucks, man. That does. That would be hard to reconcile. Like, dude, I hit a hole in one. Like, no, you did. Yeah, you technically you didn't.
And he's the friend that you golf with that he'll walk off the course like 4 holes in if he's having a terrible day. So he's a bit of a baby about it.
Desmond Howard.
Yeah.
I was playing in the Heisman Winners Weekend one time at Barton Creek. That Barton Creek right there. And this was back in the 2000s when, what was it, Triton Industries, or it was Ty Detmer's group. Then I'm getting a bunch of trouble for embezzlement. But they put on a big event. It was a great event at Barker. Heisman Winners Weekend. This was 1997. That football right there, right up on the bookshelf.
Oh, yeah.
They celebrated the Heisman, the 30th anniversary of Ricky Williams, of Earl Campbell's Heisman, and John David Crow of Texas A&M.
That's pretty cool.
And so it was like a 50th anniversary of that one or something. So, and they brought in all these Heisman winners because, and it was out of Barton Creek. It was a great event. Eddie George was there, and Tim Brown, and old Heisman winners. It was a great weekend. And it was to honor Earl and John David Crow. Was fortunate enough to be there and then play in the tournament. And I was actually in a group ahead, right behind Desmond Howard's group.
Okay.
And I was playing with Chris Wenke, who was a great golfer, by the way, a really good golfer, in our group. And so, but word gets back that Desmond Howard has left the course. Like, he was playing bad, he was playing poorly, and he just left the course. And his group, these are people that have paid to be in this deal.
Wow.
And he's like, where'd he go? He wasn't playing good. He got mad. He left. He left. Where'd he go? And then we get to the turn, and there's the driving range. The turn. There he is. Desmond out there hitting golf balls, trying to work on his swing. And then we get a report that some kids were trying to get his autograph, and he wouldn't sign their autograph.
He was really in a bad mood about his game.
Yeah, that always soured me on Desmond Howard. I was like, come on, you're playing in a celebrity golf challenge.
Come on, man.
Just play.
Yeah, just play. Even if you're terrible, who cares?
This is also these spawn these stories. But speaking of Earl Campbell, he was there because he was being honored. And at the golf tournament, he was sitting there at the turn in a golf cart, just signing autographs and saying hi to people. Because there were a lot of, because all these big names out there, a lot of people just came out to get autographs. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So and it was a big event. So Earl's sitting there, and apparently I didn't see this, but I was told this secondhand later, that these kids walked up and shook his hand, and they were old enough to drive, and so they wanted to get a football signed, and he gave him his credit card and said, run on down to the thing, buy some footballs, and bring them back, and I'll sign them.
Are you what?
Yeah.
Some strange kids? Just random kids?
We're in Longhorn gear.
Wow.
Gave him his credit card. And they drove to the academy or wherever,
came back,
got footballs, and he signed them, and then gave him his card back.
That is a hell of a story.
That's a true story.
That is I wish I was one of them little kids. Be like, Earl Campbell gave me his credit card when we go buy some footballs. That is a great